chat. Let's go. We are back. All right. Welcome to the arena. All right, let's get the chill music on. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the arena. Welcome back. It's been a couple days since we've been live, but today is day 114. And as you guys know, we are in a different setting for the official BridgeMind Vibeathon. We have a big event over the next 10 days. As you guys know, the BridgeMind Vibeathon, if you guys know about it, so this is a Vibathon where there is a $1,000 prize to the person who is able to create the most impactful open source tool. And during this period, we are going to be working, like for example today, we are also going to be working on agentic coding tools or vibe coding tools. And what you guys are going to see over the course of this Vibathon is me build something from scratch. And you're going to see me be able to build BridgeMind MCP from scratch. And as you see, the goals up here today, we're going to be doing a 12-hour stream, and we're going to be building this MCP. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like yet, but we know that we can do it. And you know, the most important factor is, are you willing to show up? Are you willing to put in the time? And we are. So, you know, look at this. We have the build BridgeMind MCP. We also are going to be doing 1,000 push-ups today. But this is where we're at. This is the new setting. This is the new BridgeMind Studios, whatever you want to call it. But I'm excited. I'm excited to grind alongside you guys. But yeah, I mean, we're going to be going for like significant amounts of hours over this period. And let's move the desk down. Let me pull up the chat, and we'll just kind of get started. But what I'm working on is I just need to get started with the BridgeMind MCP. We're going to be building a vibe coding tool that is able to solve a very specific problem with our workflow and a very specific problem with agentic coding in general, and we'll get into that. But with that being said, I do need to do a couple things on my end to get the stream started, so bear with me here, guys, and we'll get started. All right, let's go. Let me pull up the chat. All right, let's go. Let's go, Graham. What's up? Linux, what's up? How's it going, guys? Yep, wartime. We leveled up. We're in a new setting, and you know, this is all thanks to you guys. You know, it's we show up, we grind, and you know, one thing about, I get asked a lot about, hey, you know, what are you able to do? Like, how do you lock in? And one thing that we're gonna have to do is, hey, we are going to have to lock in for like a significant amount of time in a row, if that makes sense. Like, we are going to have to lock in like we've never locked in before. If you guys saw my, you know, go to war video, it's time to go to war. It's because, hey, you know, we need to work incredibly hard. If we want to create this, if we want to have an impact on the vibe coding space, then we're gonna have to work incredibly hard, and we're gonna have to put in the time and the effort to do that. So that's what we're here for. We're probably gonna be doing 12-hour streams most of the days of this event. You can see the goals behind me for January 14th. We wanna hit 3,000 members in the Discord, 25,000 subscribers, and then we also want to launch this BridgeMind MCP. And you know, we were doing a little bit, what was it, on like a couple days ago, but I haven't been streaming because I've been traveling, getting this all set up. I mean, I'll tell you what, it took a while for me to get this set up. We'll do a tour probably around like 300 likes today, if we can get to 300 likes, but I do need to do a couple things on my end. But here we are. We have, I do want to show you guys like the scaffolding and the prototype that I have architected so far for this project. If you guys saw the Vibe Coding No Talking number 14, I actually was working on this a little bit and putting some things together, but we have so much time today. I mean, we have 12 hours, so we're gonna kind of just get into it. But let me pull up chat. Brother Coach said he leveled up. Let's go. Robin, how's it going? Yes, this background is real. Yeah, the background is real. It's not AI. But yeah, let me do a couple things, guys. But right now, we did change over to Drizzle. I need you to review the Drizzle integration and the migration. It says that it's complete and production ready, but I need you to double check this and confirm or deny. Is there any typo RM still in the code base, or is it completely refactored? I'm in Florida right now, and you know, the perspective that I have on it is that, hey, I knew that I would need to basically be working 12 hours a day during the course of this Vibathon, and you know, we've made so much progress that we pretty much can give it our all. Just in terms of like, hey, I was talking about this the other day, But you know, it's like, hey, you get to a certain point, and then that's when you can decide, like, hey, now is it time to like just keep doing what I'm doing, which there is some truth to that, like, hey, you should continue to do what you're doing, or is it time to level it up, take it a step further? And that's what we're doing, and that's what you guys are gonna see me do. Let me see here. Where, yeah, how's it going? I'm doing good. Do I use Codex PCN said? No, I use Codex sometimes. I'm definitely, my main is Claude Code for sure, Claude Code. But yeah, so this is Claude Code inside of Warp. And what I want to do just to kind of like kick the day off is, if you look behind me, the biggest thing is that we are going to be building out the prototype for this BridgeMind MCP, okay? And just as a reminder, this Vibathon, there's a $1,000 prize to the person who is able to create the most impactful open source vibe coding tool, okay? So I know that there are a lot of people that were talking about it or discussing it. So this can be anything ranging from like a CLI tool to, you know, literally just a skill, anything that's open source. You are going to win if you create the most impactful tool. It can be anything, just has to be open source, and it has to be impactful. And I don't know if you guys saw that, but how long is it gonna take you to finish the app? Not long. I mean, here's the thing, is that View Creator is generating revenue, and I checked the other day, and I'm like, 5 subscriptions came in one day, and I was like, that's awesome, you know? And, you know, View Creator is generating revenue, and View Creator at this point is now the virality engine supporting BridgeMind. And hey, one of the biggest reasons why this community and this platform has grown so much is because we literally have a virality engine that's empowering all of the channels that I'm posting to, as well as all of the channels that our UGC team is posting to. So I don't want people to lose sight of that. We have to build a agentic coding, a vibe coding tool. It's going to be called the BridgeMind MCP, and you are going to be able to connect to this MCP, and it is going to make you a significantly better agentic coder or vibe coder. And that's what's going to come out of this 10-day mission for us, is that we need to build a tool that's going to help people in vibe coding, and we have 10 days to do it. And I think that, like, once I came to this realization of, hey, we have to do this, I think that that's when I decided, hey, let's just go all out. Let's give it everything that we have. Let me pull up the Discord here. I'm gonna ping the Discord, let everybody know that we're live, and then we're gonna get started here. But yeah, we're gonna be going for 12 hours today, so we have got plenty of time to grind. But yeah, all right, there you go. All right, let's go. All right, so this, I did change over to Drizzle, and I am gonna open up Cursor. One issue that I found with Warp recently is that Warp, for some reason, like, my files don't update with Warp. I don't know if it's just my settings that I have configured with it or something, but the settings that I have don't really match up. Like, my file trees literally will not update until I do like a hard refresh. It's weird. The View Creator MRR, it's getting close to 1,000. It's almost over 1,000. So it's pretty good. I mean, I think that what we're really experiencing is that, hey, it's such a virality engine that being able to use View Creator is incredible. I've never had, there is no better tool, in my opinion, for automating social media marketing. I mean, we have AI agents that are just constantly running. I think like over 50 posts that are just going out to TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, X on a daily basis. And it's just incredibly helpful and useful. So let's pull this up here. I want to show you guys what we're dealing with right now. So if you guys watch like some of the last streams, we were working on the main site because that hadn't been updated in a long time. So the first thing that I wanted to do is I wanted to say, hey, let's go update that site so that, you know, the BridgeMind.ai website is actually revised and has, you know, an updated look and feel. Looks like we do have, I'm going to install this Cursor update, but let me see chat. How am I advertising View Creator? Most of it's through the streams, just like, you know, because the streams and the platforms that we're on do have so much reach. I mean, I get, like, in the last 90 days or something, I think like there's over 1 million views, you know, on this platform. So I get a lot of just organic traffic. Like if I pull up the analytics for View Creator, I think it gets like 3,000 site visits a week, which is pretty good. without like spending a ton of money on like paid ads. But just as a reminder, so here's the Vibathon. You can go to it and check it out at BridgeMind.ai, but this is the Vibathon. So build an open source tool that makes vibe coders unstoppable. $1,000 in Bitcoin to the builder who ships the most impactful project. So if you look a little bit here, I'll just kind of draw your attention to it if you didn't know much about this. So the winner is going to be invited to the BridgeMind live stream to demo their project, discuss the future of agentic development, and share their story. So you do a submission, you can record a 3 to 5 minute demo showing what you built, the problem it solves, and how it works in action. And the timeline for this is that we are going to be grinding like we've never grinded before for like the next 10 days, right? We're gonna be going for about 12 hours a day every single day. And during the course of this Vibathon, you guys, if you guys are interested in participating in this event, you guys can be working on your open source tool, and then you'll just have to create this demo, and then submissions will open on the 12th of January. You can see that. So January 12th is when submissions open. Have I tried anything better than Cursor or Anti-Gravity? What's up, WDan? Good to see you. Yeah, so, I mean, with, I think Warp with Claude Code is pretty good. I think from my perspective, I think that Claude Code is like way ahead right now in everything that it's doing. But let me do one thing on my end. I do need to get this, okay. All right, so the first thing I want to do is I do want to launch an additional agent. I need you to create a new repo in this project called, and this is just going to be the repo for the BridgeMind MCP. Or you know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to launch a new, I'm going to launch a fresh here. And then what I do want to do is I want to, let's just launch this. Let's launch a couple of them. So I'm just going to make a new directory. This is going to be the BridgeMind MCP. All right, so BridgeMind MCP has now been created. Yeah, so we're working on the BridgeMind MCP right now. The goal for today is we're gonna do a 12-hour stream, and we're going to be building the BridgeMind MCP. We're gonna be doing 1,000 push-ups. We're gonna be structuring the architecture of this project. So if you guys want to see how a project gets off the ground, today's gonna be that. You know, we want to get this working locally. I don't know exactly what it is that we're going to build. We're kind of going to be building and then iterating. I think that's kind of the best workflow sometimes, is just to be able to build and then iterate based off of like what you're experiencing. So the first thing I want to do is I'm just going to say, I need you to review this project in depth. I am going to need your help in creating the BridgeMind MCP. I want this to be a TypeScript project, but this is going to be an MCP server. I need you to review the project in depth and then search the internet for the best practices associated with MCP servers. The BridgeMind MCP is going to be very important. I need you to search and find the best structures for a project like this. And I need you to launch 10 Codebase Analyst agents to do this. And I want you to create a README file with all of your findings. Do not update any code, but do this analysis and then create a structured implementation plan with your plan for creating the BridgeMind MCP server. To start, I just want there to be one tool, and I want that tool to be called Initializer Agent. Okay, so I'm gonna launch, and I may not need 10. Sometimes launching 10 is a little bit too much. So what I'm gonna do is, I did say 10, so I'm just gonna open back up Whisper Flow here. I'm just gonna update what I actually told it here. I'm in Florida right now. Neek, what's up? Max, what's up? Carter Sora, what's up? So I'm gonna pull up Whisper Flow, and like the nice thing about Whisper Flow is just that it remembers what you said. So I'm just looking for, I want you to launch 10, and all I want to do is I kind of want to remove the 10. I don't want it to do 10. Also, guys, we're going to be doing a tour of this place that I'm at 300 likes. So let me get this up on the screen here. Hold on here. Let's get this prompt submitted, and then I'll put it up while it's working. But very, very important for us to just get off the ground here with something structured. Let's see. Okay. All right, so I do not want 10. I actually only want 3. Sometimes 10 can be a little bit excessive, so I'm just gonna cancel that out, post that in, and I'm gonna put an ultra think on this, and we're good. Okay. When do you decide to do your push-ups? I want a similar routine to you. I just do them because they give you a lot of energy. So one of the biggest things is, hey, when you're doing the push-ups, you just you get a ton of energy from it. So very important for me to do that. Okay, so I also want to launch. I want to show you guys like, hey, what this project actually looks like and how it's structured. Let's let this work. I do need to do. Let's put this up. So at 300 likes, we are going to do a tour. So I want to show you guys basically where I'm at. Give you guys an image of where we're going to be grinding from. All right, here we go. All right, 300 likes equals tour. All right, if you guys haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. I see we have 146 people watching, and let's check the likes. Only 37 likes. Let's get to 100 likes, guys. Let's go. All right. What is the best alternative to Claude Code? Probably Cursor, but Claude Code is like, it's hard to even at this point compare. I mean, it's hard to compare Claude Code to anything. I think that Claude Code is way ahead in terms of where it's at compared to like a Gemini CLI or a Codex. It's way ahead of those. So I think it's hard to compare, to be honest, but definitely I would say that Cursor is my backup after Claude Code for sure. Yeah, Spoken English said that he has not seen ads in your videos. Yeah, so I do not monetize the YouTube. For anybody that's new around here, I do not monetize the YouTube at all. All right. The best advice that I would give to vibe coders. So I would just say that, like, hey, I don't know about the best advice. I will tell you my approach is like, hey, with vibe coding, you're able to build very quickly. So the best advice that I can give you is, hey, build quick and then iterate quicker. So like, hey, with what we're gonna be doing today, you guys are gonna see it today because I don't know exactly what today's gonna look like, right? Like, I don't have a structured, okay, here's what it's gonna look like. All I know is that I'm gonna be showing up and I'm gonna be working really hard and I'm gonna be working with AI agents. And that's why it's like, I think that with the AI revolution, with all this stuff that people are doing, I think that hard work and work ethic is rewarded more so than intelligence, because you're able to offset like your intelligence to the AI system that's going to help you build. So it really comes down to work ethic, because I can manage these agents for hours and hours and hours. So if I manage these agents for the next 12 hours versus somebody that's only going like 3 or 4, then I'm just going to get a lot more done. So right now I'm launching 3 code-based analyst agents. So the next part of the project that I want to show you guys is like, hey, what does it actually look like? So here's the Vibathon, right? So you have the BridgeMind UI, and then so back up. Okay, so watch this. So the BridgeMind API, we have the BridgeMind app. So this is a mobile app. So I do want to show you guys this. We are going to be launching a mobile app for BridgeMind, and I do have a little bit of scaffolding for this. I just set this up. If you guys were watching the what was it, the no talking stream, I actually built this during the no talking stream just because I wanted to like get it structured and set up. Let me see. So I'm on Expo for this. So let me see if I can actually get this set up here. So I just need to pull up this, and then I can run. All right, so I'm going to CD out of here, and then I'm going to CD into the BridgeMind app. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to run MPX Expo start. So this is an Expo app, and all I'm going to do is scan this QR code here. That a second. Neek said that he started playing a tool today for the Vibathon. We'll see. Let's go, man. All right, so this here, this one's working on this, just the structure of the MCP server, because, hey, what we're going to need, and I'll just draw this out, is here's what we're going to do, guys. What's the best position here? All right, there we go. All right, so you guys see this? Okay, so we're going to build an MCP server, okay? And this MCP, you're going to be able to connect to this using anything that you want. Open code, Claude code, Cursor, anything, right? And what we're doing is we're making it so that we can connect to an MCP server, and it'll essentially be like the issues that we have with context, with memory, with subtasks, with documentation. BridgeMind is now going to be addressing these things. We're going to be addressing these things because, for example, I'm tired of like reaching the conversation limits where I want tasks that are broken up specifically, that have the memory and the context of what I'm trying to do, right? So let's say for this example right here, right? So this is, let's say that this agent, how long has it even been running? It's been running for, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And what this agent is doing is this is actually kind of like it's building out a structured README for the BridgeMind MCP, okay? And you can see that this one's been running for quite a while, and it's probably, so 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and at some point it is going to hit its context limits, right? And what we're going to be building is we're going to be building an MCP in a system where we're able to initialize an agent with a task, let's say like an overarching task where let's say that we want to build a BridgeMind MCP, right? And what our MCP in our system is going to be able to do is it's going to be able to initialize subtasks that have the memory, that have everything that's needed to be able to then drop those off to fresh agents. So rather than one Claude agent or one cursor agent or one open code, window, you're going to be able to manage all of these tasks in your project using the BridgeMind MCP. In each task, you're going to be able to create the tasks using the BridgeMind MCP. So I'm going to be able to interact. My agent is going to be able to interact with the BridgeMind system, and the BridgeMind system is going to basically keep track of different things like the knowledge base, the documentation, and then a list of the tasks, almost like a Kanban board or whatever you want to call it. But it's going, like, each task is going to have the system prompt, the memory, the information that it needs to be able to achieve that task, right? So rather than just one agent here working for 6 minutes and then coming back, or if that was a larger task, it working for like 20 minutes, instead we'll be able to interact with the BridgeMind MCP server, be able to initialize a bunch of subtasks that are then able to, you basically can launch an agent swarm to be able to build that out. So that's just like kind of the overarching premise, but today we're going to be focusing on this BridgeMind MCP server. So let's go. How's the beach? I actually have not been to the beach yet. I have not. So I got in last night, and this took a while to get set up. You guys can see I have all my stuff. It took a decent amount of time to get it set up, but okay. So here's everything. Okay, launch an agent B coder agent and build out this project now. And this is the problem. This is the problem that we're running into, okay? So I just created this this documentation, right? And this agent, it has the context, it has the memory of this conversation. And the issue that we're running into now is that, hey, if I don't break this up into a fresh window, like, I'm gonna hit my limit here soon. I'm probably at like 50% of the context window. So if I launch an agent B coder that's going to build all this out, I know that I'm probably going to be compacting. So I would rather break this down into subtasks. So I'll even show you, we'll even do it now. Great work. In the README, I want you to break it down into subtasks that are divided so that each task or phase is divided and that we can build it one task at a time. So that's the approach that I'm gonna take, because I know that, hey, this is gonna get broken up. So I'm gonna do Ultra Think there. What Mac am I using? What are its specs? I've got a M3 Ultra, and it's got 96 gigs of RAM. Oh, Super Combo said since there's no cold plunge, we'll have to do a cold plunge in the ocean. So believe it or not, we actually do have the cold plunge here. I did bring the cold plunge, and it's not pumped up yet. So it depends. We'll see how today goes, but we probably will get to that eventually. How many days am I saying? So I'll be here for 2 weeks. Yeah, I'll be here for 2 weeks, and for the next 10 days, we're gonna be going insanely hard for the course of the Vibathon. So I don't know if you guys are who's working on the projects, but All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is our database here. So we are using Drizzle. So if I go to the BridgeMind database here, what you guys are going to see is in our source directory, we now have a Drizzle directory, and I'm actually not used to Drizzle. This is new for me, so I do need to learn it. I do need to understand it, and I need to get to a point where this makes sense to me, because we do still have our type RM entities, as you can see here. So let's actually just launch a cursor window here, and I'm going to use Gemini 3 Pro. It does just have a large context window, so I'm going to drop in the Drizzle directory, and then the entities, and then just the source directory as a whole, and then I'm also going to add database to give it all the context that it needs. I need you to review these directories and help me think through, do we still need the entities directory, or can this now be removed since we've migrated over to Drizzle? We're not taking any submissions for the Vibathon until the 12th. So you guys can be working on your projects, but you can't submit it until the 12th. And there's a couple reasons for that, but we'll get into that another time. Yeah. What do I do with Whisperflow? I can just talk to it. Some guys making accounts to spam. What do you mean? I'm 23 years old. But also, guys, if you guys are watching, you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. A couple of our goals. So just to like break down our goals. So by January 14th, we want to hit 3,000 members in our Discord. We want to hit 25,000 subscribers. And the biggest thing, though, is we're actually going to be able to launch this product before the end of this Vibathon. We're going to be able to launch it. So, you know, you guys are going to be able to see me kind of work through all of this. But right now, today, we're just building out this prototype of the BridgeMind MCP. You can actually see here that this directory has been created over here on the left. Here's the implementation plan. And what we're going to have to do is you can even see like tasks here. So tasks 1.1 to 1.6, initialization. And I think what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to create this system, right? And I have a vision for it. I do have a vision for it. I just have to build it, and then I have to iterate upon it. But this system, we're going to want to basically like reverse engineer our vibe coding workflow, and that's what we're going to build the BridgeMind MCP server into. So for example, initializing a bunch of subtasks to work on, we're going to be able to work backwards from that. So you guys can see like, hey, task 1.1 to 1.6, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, etc. But we're going to be doing all that. Why is this always gets cut off? That's one problem with the Gemini models, that it very commonly will get cut off. Okay, Mason said, how do you earn money as a developer using AI these days? In your opinion, what tips would you give? I mean, yeah, you can build faster than ever before. I think it's still difficult to market. It's still difficult to get your product in. Like, I think that building is, and like actually creating a product is maybe like 30 to 40% of the battle. I think that marketing has a very heavy weight, if that makes sense. It matters a lot. So building is easier than ever before, but marketing is not. So you just have to be mindful of like, hey, it's very easy to build. It's still not that easy to market though. So you have to figure out, hey, how am I going to approach marketing? But yes, I mean, in order to make money with vibe coding, I mean, there's people in the BridgeMind community that like make websites for other people that do work where, let's say they are building products that they then sell to people, or they have SaaS, or they have whatever it is, dev services. Yes, you guys can all start building for the competition. You guys are good to go. All right. So this is now done. All right. I need you to look at the database. Okay, before I do that, I do want to get to the bottom of this one here. So Drizzle, okay. Can you remove it for me now? All right, so we're gonna remove this type RM from the project. That's what we were using. Yeah, I'm using Whisperflow. No, I don't use creatine, no. All right, apparently the music is very loud. I'll turn it down. All right, let me know how that is. I turned it down a little bit. Okay. The project's going good. We literally just started. So what you guys are gonna be able to see today is, you know, we are going for 12 hours. So I think that what you guys are gonna see today is we're gonna be getting started, and we're just, you guys are gonna see, it's like, hey, it's gonna take a couple hours to start to see things come together, but there is a flow that you go through, and I do have a vision for what we're doing. So it's just gonna take a little bit of time to get to the point where you guys are able to see, like, hey, what is this starting to look like? Let's go here. So a couple other things is, we do have this like app, okay? So we have an app, and then the most important thing though is we do have a web app. So if I CD into BridgeMind web app, this is gonna be, hold on, let's do an LS here. Oh. All right, yeah. All right, so BridgeMind web app, and let's start this. So this is gonna be important for us to work on. Let me just pull this up inside a cursor so that you guys can see it. This is on port 3001. So here it is. Here's what it looks like. So welcome to BridgeMind. Very simple for now. Not a ton set up, but this is just going to be a very simple web app that has the list of tasks. Like I said, we're going to be able to create and initialize this MCP server, which is able to connect to the BridgeMind system, where you're going to be able to manage all of your documentation, tasks, agent, etc. inside of the BridgeMind system. So rather than you know, having to manage all that locally or having to break down a bunch of tasks and losing track of them, you're going to have it in the BridgeMind MCP and in the BridgeMind application. So we're going to get into that. It's going to take some life right now. It's like hard to explain until you actually like are able to actually see it. But that is going to happen. Okay, perfect. All right, so this is now done. Okay, I do want to pull up PG admin here. So I'm going to launch PG admin. And the first thing that I'm going to do is I do want to initialize the database. And I want to run our first Drizzle migrations. I have not yet run any migrations. Hold on. Whisper is a little bit slower. Florida's good. I haven't really, I mean, I'm here to grind, right? I'm here to grind. I'm here to work. So you guys are going to get to see, you know, we'll do a, what is it, a tour at 300 likes. I'll show you guys around a little bit. I do like the balcony. So the balcony here like wraps around, which is nice. You know, I was just drinking coffee on the balcony this morning, and it was a nice time. Good opportunity to get my head clear. Why do I use warp over cursor? I mean, I use both. So I just use them at different times. So there's reasons that I use warp. And then there's reasons that I will be using cursor, but I don't use warp natively. I use it with, I just use it as basically an IDE to manage a bunch of terminal windows. It's very, very good for that. Am I paying for Whisper Flow? Yeah, I did, yes. Okay, Whisper is running slow. Okay, thank you, Hardhead. Yeah, it's a little bit slow today. All right, let's pull this up. All right, so existing database. Okay, I do want to delete this migration. We're setting up a fresh database. So before we like get into that, I want to make sure that this is all deleted. So I do have this here. I'm going to delete this. And all right, so this is Drizzle. Here's our schema. So we have, this is our schema. Tokens, relations. Okay, I just deleted that migration because I'm setting up a fresh database. Would you now review it? I pay about $600 a month for AI tools, but the thing is that's actually going to be going down because I no longer need the Cursor Max or Cursor Ultra plan. I no longer need ChatGPT Pro because I can get so much usage out of Cloud Code with a 20x plan that I pretty much don't need anymore. But guys, give me 1 second. I do need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's move the desk up. We're gonna start to get the energy going. We're gonna start to be hitting some push-ups and stuff. We do need to do 1,000 push-ups today, so just as a side note. But let me let's have this run, and I'll be right back, guys. All right, what's up, guys? I'm back. Okay. All right, let's go. Okay, so in Drizzle, npm run db generate. So generate a fresh baseline migration. So the reason that we're doing this is we did migrate from TypeORM to Drizzle. So all right. Am going to be using AWS Cognito for our authentication system. Would you review the existing structure of the database and think through how we would integrate Cognito into our database architecture? I know that there probably is going to need to be some type of Cognito ID in the database. So I just want you to review this and identify what that is going to look like. All right. Hardhead Sai, I appreciate you running this channel. I decided to go all in on vibe coding myself and bring a product to market after being a developer for the past 12 years. Let's go, man. I have the Ultra plan for Cursor, but like I said, I can probably turn that down a little bit. I don't necessarily need it that much anymore. You know, Claude Code, the biggest thing, and a lot of people don't know this, but when Opus 4.5 came out, the biggest thing with Opus 4.5 was the cost reduction. It was a really good model, and it still is. But the biggest thing about it was just that cost reduction where they literally cut the price in like a third, right? So you used to be hitting those limits so fast, but now it's not the case anymore. So okay, so I don't want to go here. Yeah, so the Cognito sub, so you're gonna add that column to users. Okay, remember that we have not yet deployed this project, so we don't necessarily need to have a auth provider. We can just have the Cognito sub because that's the main way that we're going to be handling auth. All right, let's hit some push-ups. I got some people in chat. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. All right, quick 25. All right, that does bring us to 50. All right, we're gonna do 1,000 push-ups today, but we're at 50. Get started slow. All right, perfect. Yes. I don't want you to create the migration. I just want you to update the Drizzle schemas, respectively. All right, so it's going to remove the password field. We don't need anymore. We have the Cognito sub. Proceed with your action plan. Create a to-do list before, but launch an agent B coder agent to implement the code, respectively. Zuhaib, what's up, man? I don't really bother with migrations files myself. I have a schema.ts with all my database tables and stuff, and just use db push, which sync changes from file to the database. Oh, wow. That's pretty good. I'll be here for 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm here for 2 weeks. So, yeah, it's a good view. I mean, I'm going to be going for about 12 hours a day, so it's nice to be able to, you know, have a good view. It's nice. Offer John said he's starting his push-ups. Let's go. All right, so that's what I'm going to get done. Yes, I would like you to hold on. Which one was working on that? It was this one here, wasn't it? Yes, I would like you to start with task 1.1. So, like, this is the thing with these tasks is that, hey, right now, the flow of vibe coding is, let's say that you have, you know, a sprint that you need to do, right? Like, for example, in this case, you know, we have to create, you know, this BridgeMind MCP, and there's all of these subtasks that you need to do, right? And sometimes it can be very difficult to keep track of this and then to also keep track of the documentation. So we're going to be reverse engineering our vibe coding workflow, and then we're going to be building a product with the BridgeMind MCP that just has a very particular approach to vibe coding that allows us to kind of offset some of this petty work, because we'll just be able to interact with the BridgeMind MCP. So the goal for today is if we can get to the place where we actually have this MCP running locally. You know, we did this last week with the View Creator MCP. We were able to create the View Creator MCP, and we had it running locally. It's not that hard to create an MCP. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna be able to create this, and we're gonna structure it today. I mean, we're gonna be going for 12 hours, so we're gonna have plenty of time to do this. What app is he making? So we've created View Creator. That's now the virality engine behind BridgeMind and supporting BridgeMind. You guys are gonna still see me work on that. But for the next 10 days, our sole focus is BridgeMind. So what I'm working on now, you can go check it out at bridgemind.ai. But most of this that you're seeing is you guys are gonna see this you guys are gonna see this take life in like the next couple of days, especially today. I mean, we're going for 12 hours, so you guys are gonna be able to see quite a lot today. Okay. So I just want to watch this run. So let's open up a terminal real quick because I want to see what it looks like. So I'm going to cd here, here, and then let's go to the database. And so then it's just npm run db generate. And that's going to be able to generate the migrations. So you can see it created 10 tables. I mean, that is nice. That's much cleaner than type RM. It's Whisper. I'm speaking into Whisper. Linux, what's up, man? How's it going? I'm in Florida right now. Okay. All right, so I am going to pull up PG admin, and I'm going to all right, so migrations are right here. Yeah, I mean, Drizzle is very nice. I notice it with just even stuff like out of the box, the migrations, just like even having those names, right, where it's 0000. Sometimes the migrations with type RM can get a little bit messy. So I'm a fan of this for sure. So now I'm gonna do npm run. How do I run the migrations? What is the command to run the migrations? Why am I switching between Cursor and Claude Code? Why not just stick with one? I mean, Cursor has its use cases, and then Claude Code has its use cases. So, you know, I use Warp because, hey, Warp is great because I can launch a bunch of panes, and I can use Claude Code. But then Cursor is great because with Cursor, I can just interact here, and it's just a little bit better interface for me personally. All right, npm run db, so it's db migrate, and then that should run all of our migrations. It said migration failed, though. So let's just drop this in, figure out what happened. Review this. Why did this fail? All right. Also, guys, we have 180 people watching, only 97 likes. At 300 likes, I'm going to be giving you guys a tour of the Airbnb. This is where I'm going to be for the next 2 weeks. So, like I said, you know, hey, the next 10 days, we have the BridgeMind Vibeathon. So just as a reminder, there's a $1,000 prize to the person who's able to create the most impactful open source tool. And this is going to be voted by the BridgeMind community on January 14th. You guys have 10 days. We're going to be grinding about 12 hours a day for the next 10 days. So this is the place to be. Okay, so do you have data in your database you want to keep? Option 2, no, I do not. Well, I first generated the migrations using db generate, and then I ran the db migrate. Why did it not run those? Why did it not create those tables? Or maybe I'm just confused. Maybe it works just a little bit differently than type RM. So hold on, let me let's see this. So maybe it just works a little bit differently in type RM. Let's pull open schemas here and go to our tables. Yeah, the tables aren't created. I mean, I can refresh this, but yeah, I don't think, yeah. The tables aren't created, so I don't know what's up with that. For example, I did run db migrate and I got that error, but the tables aren't created, so I just don't know why that happened. Yeah, View Creator is paying off. I mean, the crazy part about View Creator is it's such a powerful tool because it's now the virality engine behind everything that we're doing. I mean, I've got agents that are just running for me 24/7, posting to TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, X, and it's empowering our UGC team. So, you know, we're generating about 50,000 views a day just using View Creator. And then View Creator, like the other day, we had like 5 subscriptions come through in one day, and I was like, sweet, you know? So it's making money. MRR is getting close to $1,000 a month, and we're just gonna keep going. But for the next 10 days, you guys are gonna get to see me build basically this new platform and build this new tool. You know, we're trying to support the advancement of agentic and coding or vibe coding, and we're building a tool to be able to do that. So you guys are gonna be able to see that. So okay, now the migrations folder is completely empty. Run these commands. I don't understand why that happened. I want you to do this for me. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. M&M in the chat. Let's go. All right, 30 bomb. Let's go. All right, it says that they were created, so let's pull this up, refresh here. All right, perfect. All right, so you guys can see that those tables were now all created using Drizzle. Also, let's update this. All right, we're up to 75. Okay. All right, where are we at with the MCP? So we're literally, yes, I want you to continue with the next task. Make sure you update the README file in the task file to keep track of where you're at. And I'll say one thing. This is what we're building to make this better. So if you guys look at this, like when you're vibe coding, you will have tasks that are fairly complex, right? Like let's say you want to build a fairly complex system. You have so many tasks that need to be created. And the issue is that like the best thing to do now is you basically just create a bunch of README files with plans or task lists. So you can see we have a task MD file with our tasks for this agent, right? So the next task is task 1.2 to install dependencies. But what's crazy to me is that once you actually do that, once you create that task list, it just ends up becoming like a little bit of a redundant file. It's hard to keep the documentation or maintain the documentation because there's no like UI for it, if that makes sense. So what we're gonna do, and you guys are gonna see this as it's developing, but the biggest goal on the list today is to build the BridgeMind MCP. And what we're gonna do with this is we're gonna be able to take this system and our approach to vibe coding, and we're gonna be able to build a BridgeMind associated system, a BridgeMind MCP, so that we can actually take what we're doing here and make it so that we can create tasks, and each task has the information, the system prompt that it needs. And then, for example, I'll be able to launch 10 agents at once, and since these tasks will be modulated, since they'll be in a specific order, we'll be able to launch basically an agent swarm to do tasks, you know, one at a time. You can remove the UGC accounts. Oh, I don't want to do that. Yeah, we're going to be here for the next 2 weeks. Anybody wondering? All right, I'm logging into AWS right now. I just have to get my feet under me a little bit with a new project. I need to get the, basically like kind of like a good base built up. We do need to get AWS Cognito set up, so. I need your help in getting Cognito set up and configured. Here are some screenshots. Help me understand the application type. So it offers traditional web application, single page application, mobile app, and then machine to machine. BridgeMind will have a mobile app, it'll have an Electron app, and it'll have a web application. Is there a particular workflow that I should be following, or what should I do here since there will be multiple interfaces, not just a singular one? What are your thoughts here? All right. So we are going to be using AWS Cognito for auth unless there is an issue. But you guys kind of saw the that there. Hold on here. All right. PNK Sounds, what's up? Alvin said, I won't be able to participate in the Vibathon since my school reopens tomorrow. I'll have about 2 hours a day, which isn't enough to compete properly. I'm sad. That's all right, man. Try browser using anti-gravity and give it access to GitHub, so before adding any features, it searches for similar project code and gives significantly better performance with less errors. That's interesting. I've never thought about doing that. Are you doing that? All right, here's one thing that I will say. It's going to take me some time to get off the ground with this project. We're doing like kind of some very baseline architecture stuff. So, all right, let's launch another agent here. I need you to configure the BridgeMind web app with a services directory that is structured similarly to the BridgeMind UI services directory. Review the BridgeMind UI services directory and then update the BridgeMind web app directory with a identical structure. Have it set up AWS with the SDK. Yeah, so that's what I normally do. The one thing that I'm looking at right now, and some other people may know the answer to this, But I've used Cognito before for an online therapy platform that had to be HIPAA compliant, because Cognito is HIPAA compliant out of the box. So, you know, we have different options here. You can choose a traditional web application, and a single page application, a mobile app, or a machine to machine. So what I need to figure out is, hey, do we need to do anything differently, since we want to have a mobile app, we want to have an Electron app, and then we are going to have a mobile app, or not a mobile app, a web app. So I'm trying to decide, hey, what is it going to look like when, you know, we have those different, like, why does that need to be defined? Because I'm assuming that, hey, a traditional web application, it's going to be sending, you know, cookies, but here with a mobile app, I would assume that, hey, it's a little bit different in the authentication process, because, for example, like with Expo, you're doing like secure storage in Expo. You're not doing cookies on a mobile app. So like, that's one thing that we're talking to this agent about that we need to learn. It's this one here. So let's see what it said. Let's put this here and just read it. This is very important. So here's what it says. So this is an important architectural decision. Let me break down how Cognito works with multiple platforms and what you should do. So understanding Cognito's architecture, key concept, you create one user pool, but can have multiple app clients within it. So Cognito user pool, so BridgeMind users. So you have an SPA, you have the mobile app, and then you have the desktop app, which is an Electron app, right? So you have Expo Mobile, Next.js Web, and then Electron desktop app, okay? So Next.js API validates tokens, which that's all good. All right, traditional web app, yes. All right, it says select single page application for the initial setup. All your clients are public clients, so Next.js front end runs in browser, can't hide secrets. Can't hide secrets. Can't hide secrets. Oh, okay. So the wizard just determines initial example code. You're not locked in. Your Next.js API doesn't authenticate users. It only validates tokens issued by Cognito. The API doesn't need its own app client, okay? So once the user pool is created, you'll add app clients for each platform. So you have the BridgeMind web app, the BridgeMind mobile app, and then the BridgeMind desktop app. So this is gonna be Electron app. Bonus meme said, when I started watching you, I was thinking this man is crazy. This very moment, I have 6 Claude instances open. Let's go, man. Serotonin Dopamine said that he's wondering if there are going to be any guests. We'll see. Only time will tell, right? Maybe NS will pull up. All right. So definitely do email, self-registrations, yes. Okay. All right, so that looks good. I am going to set this up over on the right. I want you to help me set up this Cognito pool. Note that there is a AWS profile on this computer called BridgeMind CLI. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I want you to use the CLI to be able to create this user pool for Cognito inside of AWS and be able to create it via the CLI. Note that this is going to be the dev pool. So this is going to be used on localhost, and it's also going to be used on the dev servers. Maybe just be able to be smarter to do this locally. Review the screenshot. Have I filled this out correctly? Is there anything that I'm missing? Okay. All right, so this one's still working. This is setting up everything that we need here. We don't need as many. Okay, we can definitely remove that. Note that we do not need the blog service. We removed blogs, so you can remove that service from both projects. It's not needed. I don't think Cognito is that expensive. Mohammed, you can create a React Expo app, which would be helpful. All right. Okay, so I just created this. All right, so I'm on the next page, and here's what I'm seeing from Cognito. Would you help me get this set up correctly? I need there to be a sign up page, and then I need you to update the login page to respectively integrate. Note that I want auth to be handled in the API. There should be routes for this. Launch 3 codebase analyst agents that will do an in-depth review of each codebase. Also make sure that the BridgeMind API has been updated. Make sure that the Drizzle schema is matching the Drizzle schema seen in the database, as we did make some changes there. So make sure that the API is updated with the respective Drizzle schema. And I need you to then create the routes and endpoints for both signing up and logging in. First, just create an implementation plan with subtasks that are broken down and are digestible. So Mason Harry said, so working for 12 hours a day, Ultra plan is enough for you, or do you still pay per 1 million tokens? So yeah, so I mean, I'm using Claude Code and I'm using Cursor, so you guys are gonna see me switch between the two. Like right now I have Cursor working as well, you know, on some tasks, but Cursor is nice because, you know, you have the IDE, you have the ability to do browser use here. It has a bunch of built-in tools, but for, you know, Warp, I think that Claude Code in a lot of cases is one of the best vibe coding tools. So you can see right now that I just launched, you know, 3 code-based analyst agents, right? And these agents are now reviewing. You can see that this one's reviewing the API, this one's reviewing the UI, and then this one's verifying the database Drizzle schema. So really what happens, what's nice is what you can do with Claude Code is rather than just giving it a task and it working on it, it can instead, you can say, hey, I want you to launch, you know, 5 agents, and you basically launch an agent swarm, and you can even see that these agents are working on like different subtasks, right? So this one is going to the API, UI, and then database, right? And then they'll all be able to come back together and they'll be able to, you know, do what we would need it to do. But this will give it really good context. Yeah, Expo is pretty good. And we do have an Expo app. I want to see if I can get that running. It's right here. Maybe I have to do a clear. All right, let's CD into BridgeMind app. And then I'm just going to do an npm expo start and then clear. Hold on here. All right. All right, perfect. All right, I want to see if I can get this working here. Yeah, I have tried anti-gravity. I don't think it's that good yet. It does have free AI though. But usually when they're offering it for free, that kind of is a telltale sign of like, hey, I don't know if that's going to be your best option. Okay, so right now, I just want to make sure, so we have the application service, the auth service, hackathon service. We can remove the services and code associated with the hackathon. Hackathon is over, so we can actually remove that. No, I'm not going to hit the limit, Masonry, no. All right, so we're going to do that. This one is running here. Where is it? So this one's working. Yes, move forward. All right, Cognito setup. All right, so you can see that this launched all the agents here. All right. No, this is not a fake background. I'm in Florida right now. Alright, let's go here. So I did just expose... Okay, so environment variables needed. So I'm going to have to set some of these environment variables. Alright, give me 1 second. Alright. So I did change up the keys so you guys can see these. It's fine. Just for me to get this structured. All right. So I'm gonna copy these. Also gonna copy these. Okay, now launch 2 agent decoder agents that will proceed with the to-dos. Great, now proceed with phase 1. All right, YouTube account said he's been using Firebase Studio so far. The landing page is good, but I'm using ChatGPT to give me the code. The inside of the web app has been a struggle. I mean, I wouldn't be using ChatGPT to do, I mean, that's, if you guys watched like the last video that I put out, you know, ChatGPT at this point is like a legacy system in my opinion. You know, like ChatGPT is something that, hey, if you're looking to like, you know, talk to an AI and learn a little bit, yes, definitely use that. But remember, it's like ChatGPT, when you're doing anything related to vibe coding, it's hard because it doesn't have the context of your code base. So like one of the biggest issues with vibe coding before we actually had all the agentic workflows was the fact that, hey, it didn't have the context of your code base. So now that we have systems that do have the context of our code base, it makes it much easier because, you know, the smartest thing to talk to is probably just Claude Code, because you're able to actually talk to it about, hey, I want you to do this, and I, you know, pull on these files, and it's actually able to understand that. So right now we're building a BridgeMind mobile app. So we're building a BridgeMind MCP server, and we're building a vibe coding tool right now in the BridgeMind MCP. So, you know, today we're going to be going for 12 hours, and what you guys are going to be able to see in this stream is, you know, we're building the very beginning of the base. So there's like a workflow that I need to go through until we actually start. You guys can start to see it come together, but you guys will see it come together before the day's over. We're going to make a ton of progress today. All right, stay on the way. Said I'm working on my first ever vibe coded pixel game using Claude for coding and Go.Engine. It's going very smooth so far. Let's go, man. Let's go. All right, so this looks good. Let's go here. All right. Excuse me. All right. All right, database. I need you to review both of these projects in depth and prepare to assist me with functionality. Launch 2 agents to gain a full understanding of each project. I would say Opus 4.5 is definitely my favorite. I like AWS, so keeping everything on AWS is going to be helpful. But Cognito, I've worked with it before. It is good. BridgeMind. Yeah. All right, so this is the biggest problem that we're facing is the auto compact is happening in 10%, right? So what's going to happen is we're going to hit this auto compact, and our agent, the quality of its responses and the quality of the code is going to go down by a lot. So the issue that we have, and this is something that we're seeking to address and to work through, is that, hey, we want to build a system where it breaks out these subtasks and it's able to manage these subtasks rather than having it all inside of one conversation, because once it auto compacts, it's going to lose a lot of this very specific context. So here, you know, we're on 1.5. We haven't even gotten to phase 2 yet, and it's about to compact in 7%. So it's about to compact. We're about to lose a ton of context, because once it compacts, you know, compacting is basically just providing a summary and starting a fresh conversation, right? So it's providing a summary that doesn't actually have all of the information and the details that we need. And that's why what we're trying to do is we're going to be seeking out to build a system that makes it so that this doesn't happen, right? That instead of it auto compacting, that we are able to create subtasks that are associated with, you know, different tasks that have the information, that have the memory, that have all the guidance and the system prompts in the subtask to be able to accomplish that specific task, but isn't in a conversation like this where, you know, here we just have too much going on, right? So it's going to compact and then compact and then compact. So just a thought there. All right, so it did get there. All right, let's launch another agent. So yeah, so those of you that are wondering, so we've built ViewCreator.ai, which is generating revenue. We're close to $1,000 MRR. It's the virality engine at this point now backing BridgeMind. And what we're going to be working on over the next 10 days is we do have the BridgeMind Vibeathon. So there's a $1,000 prize to the person that can create the most impactful open source tool for vibe coding. And during the course of this Vibathon, we're going to be grinding every day for significant periods of time, building our own agentic coding tool. So today we're going to be building the BridgeMind MCP, and we're going to get it running locally, and we're going to get it working. So I do have, you know, this idea, a vision for what I want to build, but it's going to take a little bit of time to do that. So here's the problem. So phase 2, you know, is this here, and yeah, this is a problem because we have 5% and then we're going to have to compact. So it's like, it's not even worth proceeding to phase 2 because it's about to compact. So I need you to make sure that the README is updated with what you've done. Okay, so this this here just launched. Okay, great work. I need you to know that we are creating this MCP server. Oh my gosh, go on. This means that we are going to need to create a new table in the database, API keys, because users will need to be able to create API keys so that they can then use that API key with the MCP, because it will need to have some type of bearer token. So I need you to think in depth about what the best practice for this is. Note that we are using Cognito. So we're using Cognito for auth, but I'm assuming that for our MCP server, we're gonna want to build a mechanism where users can actually create API keys to use as their bearer token. So I need you to think through the best practice in this, search the internet, and then if you think it is the best practice, I want you to create a new API keys table using Drizzle. Don't code anything, but I do want you to create an implementation plan with documentation of what your plan is. All right, that's off. So this here, I mean, this is the problem, right? We're literally auto-compacting here. So we can just compact, but this is what compacting is. So clear conversation history, but keep a summary in context. So like, I think that what people need to realize is that when you're doing this, you're actually losing a ton of context. Like, you're going to hallucinate way more, because what it's doing is it's taking the conversation, and instead of you being able to like actually have that in the context, it's creating a summary of the context, right? So it's not even going to be anywhere near close to what it would be if you didn't have that happening, right? Like, this is an issue with vibe coding, is that, hey, you get to the end of your context window and then your agent is going to be significantly less intelligent. So we're going to have to do it, but this is what we're aiming to solve. And I actually just saw somebody in the chat, they asked if I'm competing in the hackathon. So I'm not competing in the hackathon, but during the course of the Vibathon, I am building an agentic tool. I'm building a vibe coding tool, and you guys are going to see today me build the BridgeMind MCP. We're not going to have it deployed today, but we're building out the initial architecture for this, the initial infrastructure, and you guys are going to be able to see that today. Codex compaction is very good, somebody just said. Yeah, around 50% starts degrading outputs, 100%, yep. So this is compacting. All right, this is working. All right, so these two are working. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, let's go. All right, yeah, I mean, I think the best approach for the context issue is hey, let's say that you have something like this, right? Like right now, what we're doing is, we created a README, right? And this README had the phases of this sprint. Let's just call it a sprint. And then we create a to-do list. But the to-do list is so long. I mean, look at this. It's 5 phases. We're probably going to compact 2 or 3 more times before we actually get this working, right? So that's the issue that we're facing, is that, hey, this is going to compact again and again and again. And by the end of it, is it going to be a one-shot? I don't know. But if out of the gate, it could have created, a task list where each task had maybe a system prompt for that specific agent that was doing it, instructing it what it could do and why it's important, and the knowledge base for it, almost like giving it an agent brain, and then being able to just launch an agent swarm that would do that. And I think that that's the issue that we're running into. Okay, great work. I now need you to review the documentation and proceed with phase 2. So we're going to create a Cognito auth module. This one here, all right, unlike passwords, API keys are high entropy random strings, 160 plus bits. Okay. I want you to proceed with the implementation. Make sure that you update the API as well as the database directory with the respective schemas. All right, AI guy said, I would like to try Claude Max, and I am using it like you a couple hours every day. Do you think it will be enough for a month with its limits? Do I need to pay more than $100 to use it? I mean, I do think that like the $100 plan is the 5X, and then the $200 plan is the 20X, right? So like when I'm thinking about that, I would definitely hit my limits. I mean, we can even pull this up and I'll show you guys like, hey, what does this look like? Let's just do usage, right? And see where am I at right now, right? So current week, 22% used, current session, 17% used. So, that's not terrible, but I mean, I'm also on 20X. So if I was on the 5X, this would be way higher, and then I would already be at my limit for this week, right? So that's one thing to consider, is that if I was on the 5X, I would pretty much be at my limit. So that extra $100 is actually carrying a lot more weight than you may, anticipate. All right, this one's now working. Yeah, we'll do push-ups here in a second. All right, I want to see. I think this is going to stop the music, but I want to see if I launch the simulator locally. What does this do? Hold up here. Oh, I think I understand why this happened. All right. So now if I launch that here, all right, I think this is gonna pause the music. I don't know. I'm doing something weird last time, but. All right, so this is the BridgeMind mobile app. So I don't think the music can play while I have this launched, but like here's what we're looking at here for the mobile app. And this is gonna launch. This is our plan. Is we're gonna launch a mobile app, we're gonna launch an Electron app, and then we're also gonna launch a web app. The mobile app can be very simple. But what we're gonna build is we're gonna make it, the MCP is the most important thing. The MCP and then the actual underlying like architecture for this, right? So you're looking at it and it's like, hey, this is important, but what's more important is the underlying system of the BridgeMind MCP. And this is what we're looking at here. We only have one page, and this is an Expo app. So this is something that we want to keep our eye on because it's important, but the main focus of today is we have to get this MCP up and running. So I do want to go here. But yes, just so you guys know, that is very important. We're in Florida right now. And just as a reminder, so we do have the BridgeMind Vibeathon, and we're going to be going like very, very hard for the next 10 days straight. So, you know, it's going to be interesting because the streams are going to be longer. So you guys are going to get to see more like first of all, just I don't want to make this a big deal, but I am like very sick. You guys, I don't know if you guys can tell, but I am just sick. So I'm hoping that, you know, I feel better tomorrow, but there may be like some issues with that. But ultimately, you guys are going to get to see me not only just, you know, in my normal workflow, but like later on this evening, for example, I'm going to be like totally locked in flow state. Like, you know, during the streams, during the day, I'll be interacting with chat, talking to you guys. But I think that later at night, you guys are going to almost like a vibe coding, no talking stream. If you guys watch those, I'm going to have to pretty much lock in and make a ton of progress. Okay, great. Let's proceed with phase 3. Bleed said I was offering you the context engine that would help in this case. Yeah, make sure you DM me. I go by Matt or Matthew, but yeah, I don't really care. Now, this is my full-time job. Can I provide a milestone map or something that we know where you are at with this project? It's hard to follow for new viewers. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I think that for me, it's like, hey, ultimately, I mean, we can do that. We can do that today. But if you guys watch the streams, you'll know where we're at, and I know that a lot of people are grinding along with us. So right now where we're at is I'll just kind of tell you what we're working on right now. So we are working on getting Cognito set up because that's going to be our auth system for this. And like if I go back, which conversation even was it? It was hold on, let's find it real quick. Was it this one? This is the problem, is that these conversations get compacted and you just lose it, right? But we're working on API keys here, but the main focus right now is we have to get this BridgeMind MCP server built and constructed. So thank you, Ben. Yeah. All right, setting up Cognito. What should the return URL be set to? I mean, we can do this later on. Hey, look who it is. J35, how's it going, man? All right, we can kill the simulator though, but I did want to show you guys that is in progress. Okay. I'm in the US. I'm in Florida right now. All right. All right, this one here. Proceed with next steps. Hold on. Let's review the code real quick. All right, so BridgeMind MCP. Help me understand this project, how it's constructed. All right, so this is a BridgeMind MCP server. So you have a source directory, prompts, resources, resource registration. The most important directory is definitely the tools directory. This is always the most important in an MCP. All right, architecture layers. So the project follows a layered architecture. So entry point, server setup, tools, resources, templates. Transport layer, that's going to change. If you guys were watching, you know, when we were building the ViewCritter MCP, it started out with this, but I think that we ultimately did change it over to HTTP, right? Because this is going to be running in ECS. So I'm going to be running this in ECS, so I don't know how I feel about the STDIO transport for communication. I was considering using HTTP. Would you review the project, search the internet, and think about this? I was going to deploy this in AWS. I was going to Dockerize it and put it in ECS on a Fargate instance. Is this Claude code on web or CLI? So this is Cursor, and then we also are using Claude code on the CLI. All right, this one here. Yes, let's do it. Proceed with phase 4. Sonnet 1 million token limit is in beta, so eventually we'll use Opus to plan and Sonnet to execute a huge plan. That's cool. I didn't know that. Thank you, Neek. I appreciate you, man. All right, so this got impacting here, but that's good. Yeah, perfect. So this STDIO server transport, so that's another method of, you know, when you're using an MCP, you have two different options. So you can use this STDIO. So that transport is designed for local process-to-process communication, like when Claude Desktop spawns a local sub-process. In a containerized cloud environment like ECS, HTTP with server-sent events is the standard and recommended approach. This allows your MCP server to be a standalone service that other agents or clients can connect to over the network. So that's what we're doing here with the BridgeMind MCP. So a Model Context Protocol server that exposes BridgeMind platform capabilities to AI agents. It enables LLMs to interact with the BridgeMind backend through a standardized protocol. So architectural layers. Okay, so yes, I want you to proceed with this. Our goal for this project is we want to build it and ship it before the end of the Vibathon. So that's why we're going to be showing up and working pretty hard every single day. Today's going to be a 12-hour stream. But the biggest goal for today, if you guys look behind me, is definitely building the BridgeMind MCP is incredibly, incredibly important. That's like the #1 goal for today. So, all right. I want the MCP when running locally. Can we have it run on port 3000 and okay. I want you to generate and run the migrations. You guys are gonna start to see this come together. All right, on the database, I want you to review this. Notice that we have API keys that need to be created. So for example, when we're configuring the BridgeMind MCP server, users will need to have an API key that's created so that they can interact with the BridgeMind system. Would you just review this so that you can have an understanding of it and explain it back to me? No, I do not support. I do not support it. Yeah, any crypto related stuff that you guys see, it's all scams, so don't buy anything. It's all scams. Okay. Security and design. All right, so it's gonna be this here. So they click create API key, it gives them the name, Cloud Desktop. Okay. Yeah, any coin that you guys see is a scam. I created the API keys table. I now need you to look at the web app and make sure that there's a page so that I can create a new API key. Note that this is for connecting to the MCP server respectively. Build the service and the page for this in the BridgeMind web app. Also make sure that there are the roots for this respectively. First, create a plan. All right, guys, let's do some push-ups. Just gonna build out a plan. Let's go. Let's move the desk up too. All right, 35, let's go. Okay, here's the plan. So build API keys management UI. All right, API keys. Okay. Cool. All right, build it. Let's go. Yeah. Anybody that's like bots or anything crypto related, just mute them, ban them. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Rebo. Let's go. Okay, so endpoints being created. This is actually starting to come to life. You know, it's interesting because sometimes people are watching and they're like, they may not understand what we're doing because, hey, like, it's just the workflow is very intricate, you know? And I try and do the best I can to explain it. But right now, we've got all these API key endpoints getting created. This one's working on integrating Cognito for us. And those are the biggest goals of today is we need to get Cognito set up so that we can actually sign up and sign in. And then one thing that I actually learned a little bit from View Creator is that I feel like the best way to do auth systems, at least for signups, is to not worry about even getting like the credit card or like Stripe checkout session at the start. I think that the best thing to do is just, hey, let people get into your application, like, you know, signing up with an email and a password, or via Google or Apple or GitHub, and then get them into the application, let them get in for free, and then once they're in, hey, if they want to actually use the product, they can like check it out, and then they can have maybe just like one plan. I think that the easier the plan, the better. Like, you don't want like 10 plans or like 5 different plans. Sometimes it's easy just to have, hey, like one subscription plan or maybe 2 max. But I think that the more that you have, the more complicated it gets. So we're going to be like thinking about that for sure. Yeah, Hung, I'll be here for 2 weeks. So yeah. So as you guys know, we have the BridgeMind Vibeathon, and I'll be here for 2 weeks. So today we're going to be going for 12 hours. It's just kind of interesting because what's cool is that you guys get to be with me for a little bit longer. So usually, like when I'm back home, I will be like, let's say I'll be working and then I'll take a break to go to the gym or something, and then I'll stream for maybe like about like 6 hours. But on this trip, I'm going to be streaming for 12 hours. Now, I won't be like, you know, working. I don't know, I'll probably be working most of the time, but I will have to do stuff like eat. I'll have to, you know, it'll be like such a long stream that there'll be like no talking sessions inside of this stream. It'll be interesting, but you guys are going to be able to get to see this whole journey and see it evolve. What's your stack? Are you still using AWS? Yes, I am using AWS. Let's go, Bo. All right, so this is almost done. I do want to check out how's our cursor agent doing. So this one's now done. So let's navigate over to this page and actually test it out. Hold on, let's do BridgeMind web app. Add API keys in the sidebar so that users can go and navigate to that page. All right, and then I'm gonna do All right, API keys is right here. All right, there we go. All right, so I'm just gonna do create new key, test. Oh, I definitely do not yet have this connected. What are the... Oh my gosh, Whisper Flow. Okay, Timeless said, I have Cursor Ultra currently. Would you recommend I stay or switch to Claude Max? I think if you had to choose between the two, Claude Max is definitely the better option. You know, Cursor Ultra, what I found is like, if I was only using Cursor, I could spend so much money on Cursor. I could spend $600, $700, $800 a month on Cursor, because with Cursor, you know, they're integrating with the APIs, right? So they are not the creators of the model. So they pay their API fees. They probably do get discounted rates, obviously, just because they are an enterprise client. But one thing that I will say is, like, just for example, I mean, you're talking about, you know, $500 in usage, whereas if you literally just integrate and use Claude Code, for example, you get like $800. And the rate limits, you know, you look at it and you're like, okay, Opus 4.5 is the best model, and you have to ask yourself, hey, do I want to integrate with that model using, do I want to integrate with the Cursor? Do I want to pay more, or what do I want to do? Isn't this running on 3001 and not 3000? Okay, so the URL of this web application typically, okay, I mean, it's not that, it's 3001. So let's see if we can get this running. Let's pull back up Warp. Let's go over to this here. What is it? This one here, right? Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's pull back Cursor up. All right, refresh. What is this? Oh, 401. All right, so I'm getting a 401 here. So I think the next step for us is we need to definitely set up the Cognito environment. So let's pull back up Warp, because we're getting that 401. So now we do need to, that's like kind of the next factor here. Update front end. Okay, great. I need you to update the front end login sign up pages respectively. Hung said, let's have a quick vibe check. Does Miami and okay, first of all, I'm not in Miami. I am in Florida. I'm not in Miami, but I mean, here's the thing is, like, you know, I've been working pretty hard for the last like 114 days, and in that time period, we've made a ton of progress just in the community and doing all this stuff. And I think that, hey, it's just cool that I have the opportunity to be able to do something like this, where I can go out here and kind of get some space and some time to be able to work. And yes, I do find it very refreshing. I mean, once we get to 300 likes, I'll be able to show you guys around this place. But I mean, it's pretty cool. You know, I got here and I was able to set up all my equipment and whatnot. It was cool. But yes, it is inspiring. Yes. Thank you, Neek. All right. Are the Drizzle schemas in these projects identical? They have to be. I'm not making any, I'm not monetizing YouTube at all. Thank you, Linux. Review this setup. Do not look at my env file, but tell me what env variables are needed for the Cognito integration. Output them with placeholders so that I can copy and paste them into my file. All right, Cognito is going to be very important for us. That's the next kind of like limiting factor here. As you can see that I'm kind of working with a flow of, okay, we need to get Cognito set up because that's going to be our authentication system. That's going to make it very easy for us to handle auth. And then for our API keys, this is going to be associated with the MCP, so you're going to be able to integrate with this MCP, but in order to do that, we need to create it so that you know, you're able to create these API keys that you can use for your bearer token with that. So let's get this here. So we have 4. Okay, perfect. Okay, so 1 second. I am going to set my environment variables here. All right. Okay. All right, there we go. I am setting up the Cognito user pool right now. What do I need to set for the return URL, if anything? All right, guys, we're up to 210 likes. At 300 likes, you guys are going to get a tour of this place. I'm kind of just getting a little bit situated. You know, it does feel interesting because I am in such a different setting, so I'm just kind of getting used to it a little bit. And it does not help that I'm, like, sick. I think I'll be over it in, like, a day or two, but definitely, like, it's affecting my energy levels a little bit, but that's all right. We'll be back. Do I need glasses? I did drive. Yeah, I drove. Yeah. All right. Is the callback the API route that it's calling back to, or it's the page that it's going to go back to? I need you to tell me what to set it to. All right, it wasn't 1,000 miles. It was like 700 though. But yeah, that's what I did yesterday. All right, for local setup. Okay, we're gonna do this. But yeah, I've had a busy couple of days, that's for sure. All right, there we go. Create user directory. Okay. Ooh. Did I set it to web app? I did. This is the instructions for setting this up. I now need you to tell me what to actually set my environment variables equal to. Okay. So I'm gonna move this off just for a second so I can get these environment variables. What environment variables do I need to set in these 2 Next.js front ends? Note that the BridgeMind UI is the marketing website, but authentication is handled on this front end. And then the BridgeMind web app is the web application for the actual application portion. Okay, so this is working here. This one is basically setting up our front end and everything with that. All right, build successful. Okay, so it just did five phases here. This agent's been working for a while, so we're gonna be able to test that out. Also, guys, make sure you like the stream if you haven't already. 300 likes, we're gonna do a tour. Also, I have not yet eaten this morning, so if you guys wanna help us get there, that'll be good. Okay, so what is this now? Okay. Okay, I'm doing some environment variable related stuff. Hold on. What's up, Graham? Where do I find the Cognito domain name? Okay. You guys are going to see what I'm making. We're making a BridgeMind MCP. So the goals for today is we're going to be doing a 12-hour stream, but today is like definitely a prototyping day. So like usually, you know, we'll have a project with like, here it is, here's what it looks like. You can go to bridgemind.ai, but we are building a BridgeMind MCP. I think that probably within the next couple hours, we'll start to get basically some features that are built that are demoable that you guys can kind of see. But right now, I'm just getting started out with a vision, and we'll go from there. Let's see here. All right. I want you to do an in-depth review of the BridgeMind MCP. We just constructed this. Would you ensure that we fully migrated over to HTTP for the protocol instead of STDIO transport? Do an in-depth review and make sure that we have properly migrated to HTTP. And make sure that you have documentation noting that this is going to run in AWS ECS using Fargate, and we are using Docker. And I just need you to do a once over and approve, or give me your thoughts on what you think of the existing implementation of the MCP. Okay, so that's Codex there. That's fine. We're going to run that. There are a couple things. I'm doing a lot with my environment variables, so I just need to do a couple things on my end to get it actually running. What do I set to the domain name? Review this. Give me the exact thing to paste in. Virtual said, what is the purpose of making an MCP? So an MCP allows an agent to interact with an external system. So the reason that we're creating this is because we're going to be building a BridgeMind MCP where it's going to be a vibe coding tool where we solve a bunch of the issues associated with vibe coding with this MCP. So once you have this MCP, you'll be able to interact with the BridgeMind system. Now that's, you know, this is very, very premature. So we'll have to build it out so I can start to show you guys this. Right now, I just have a vision, and you guys will see it come to life here today. Honestly, it's gonna, by the end of today, we'll have a ton done that I'll be able to show you guys. But right now, we're we're not quite to the point where I can be like, oh, here's what it looks like. We're not there yet. Okay. Why are there no Cognito related variables in the web app? All right, let's launch some Codex agents. I need you to review this project and identify any unused code or hanging code that's in the project but not used. Okay. Okay, so we should be good. I just configured all these keys. So, I mean, we should be ready to actually test this out. Let's launch Google Chrome here and just see what we're looking at. So you guys can go to BridgeMind.ai. This is the site that we're working on. But now, let's go here. Okay. I need you to now put the login button in the nav bar and a sign up button in the nav bar. Review the project and identify the respective login and sign up pages and make sure you hook them up respectively in roots.ts. I'm 23. How can you have so many agents working at the same time? You just get good at working, you get good at agent orchestration. So, I'm able to manage a bunch of agents just because I kind of know what they're all working on in my head, right? I'm like, this is what's going on here, here, and here. And then you kind of just go from there. Okay. Is this still using... I'm pretty sure that we migrated it. Thank you, Dark Slumber. Marest, is there a new model? There's a Christmas model apparently. Hold on. Oops. Typical Codex bugs. All right. Is this the best practice for an MCP server? All right, guys, let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. This one's working. All right, 40 bomb. Let's go. All right, we're up to 150 on the push-ups. Let's go. Okay. Nav bar. It says the buttons are now hooked up. So here's login. I don't see sign up. Welcome back. Oh, geez. That's a mess. Why is there no sign up button? Make sure that you create the sign up page respectively. Also, the login page literally has a button to redirect to sign in. What is up with that? That should be a login page that properly integrates with our AWS Cognito setup. for logging in and signing up, we offer Google Authentication as well as Apple. Make sure you update the UI so that it has those options. So I'm using Cursor, Quad Code, Warp. I use a variety of different stuff. I deploy on AWS. The costs vary on usage, so. Just as a reminder, guys, is that any crypto coin that you see is a scam. So, okay. Review our auth system, particularly associated with Cognito, and tell me what roots are associated with it. Do you recommend using Perplexity to code? No, I don't. Do an in-depth review of the authentication system associated with Cognito. I need you to ensure that our sign up and login pages are properly hooked up with it. Review in depth and come up with a structured plan on any updates that need to be made, and then implement the updates respectively. Push-ups help keep the energy. Also, you know, if you're working 12 hours a day, you don't really have time to work out and stuff. I'm very serious about my fitness and whatnot. So being able to do the push-ups on stream, it gives me energy. It helps me, like, for example, you know, if I'm not gonna be able to work out today, doing 1,000 push-ups is gonna help me maintain fitness, keep in good shape. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, WDan said it's better than waiting for the agent to finish. Very true. Alex said that he's currently trying to use Stripe for the payment system. How's that going, man? Yeah, Stripe is definitely great. Oh, I do not want to use a Cognito hosted UI. Okay, something that you need to know is that I do not want to use a Cognito hosted UI. Damn, Whisperer is struggling. So don't do that. Build custom pages for this, respectively. The Cloud Agent SDK, yeah. Are you using it at all, Hung? Because with the SDK, how does it work? Are you basically like, I'm not super familiar with it. I was taking a look at it last night. I think we'll look at it as we get deeper into this project. Like the initial startup for this project is, hey, you have to initialize it, you have to set up the architecture, you have to set up the infrastructure, and that's where we're at. Today is all about prototyping this MCP, getting off set up, because that is kind of like the basics for us to get started. I do not want to use it. Ooh. The Amplify auth can sometimes be a little bit finicky. If you do, for holding on Whisper, if you do FN and then space, if you do FN and then space, it opens up this. So then instead of holding, it can just, you guys see how it has this, see that? And then you can just do finish and paste. And then there, yeah. So that's what you can do. You can do FN and then space. Let's go. There we go. All right, so this is looking a little bit better. I don't know why there's still not a sign up page. Why is there still no sign up button in the nav bar? Make sure that you create the page for this as well as add in the correct logic for signing up. Yeah, if you guys haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. All right, also we are 41 likes away from a tour of the Airbnb. You guys are gonna just see around a little bit. Also, I'm going to take that opportunity to also make a smoothie because I haven't eaten yet today, so. All right. Update the styling of this page. Make sure that there is padding from the sides. Right now, there's no padding. View from the screenshot and fix. I'm using Whisperflow. Hunk said, imagine building all the necessary skills, MCPs, sub-agents all together for workflow automation, which is your case. It could run for hours with Ralph Wiggum coding. Let's go. I use my chair. I just am happier standing right now. So right now we are building the BridgeMind MCP. So this is going to be a vibe coding tool, an agentic coding tool that we're going to build. Today, we're just like architecting it, we're prototyping it. But as a reminder, we do have the Vibathon for the next 10 days. So at the end of this, at January 14th, there's gonna be a $1,000 prize to the person who creates the most impactful open source vibe coding tool. So, you know, while you guys are participating in this Vibathon, I'm also building my own agentic coding tool with BridgeMind and with the BridgeMind MCP. You guys will see it come to life today. You know, it's hard to, like, until you actually get something visually working, it's hard to explain, like, what I want to build, because I think that, like, in my mind, I'm the type of person where I think that you should just start building, and then based off of what you learn along the way, you can iterate based off of that, but it's better to get started than not get started at all. So today, what you guys are going to get to see, because I am streaming for 12 hours, you guys get the opportunity to see me kind of work through basically just prototyping this and being able to say, hey, what actually are we going to build? And I do have something, I have a vision in my mind, but it's hard to like share that vision, right? It's hard to say, hey, this is what it's going to look like. So until we get to that point, I'm kind of keeping it a little bit close to the vest, but you guys will see this evolve very quickly today. I think by the end of the we'll have something that is pretty strong to be able to show you guys and say, hey, this is what we're doing. And I think that you guys are gonna like it. So, let's see here. All right, that did fix it. All right, API keys. Yeah, I use Whisperflow. Let's go, Shanty. Why am I using Gemini today? So I'm using Gemini and Cursor a little bit more today because the just the context window is bigger. You know, the context window is larger. Cursor is pretty good. I think that Claude Code is good as well, but for me to be able to visually see this come together is a little bit helpful. We were auto-compacting just a ton. So, you know, with the features that we're going to be building, you could say, okay, and look at this, it failed there. Oops. All right, continue. Let's go. AWS, so right now I'm using like AWS on the, like I have startup credits, so they give me money, so I'm not paying anything for AWS, but like realistically, once you actually have a server that's up and running and multiple environments, AWS will cost about $2,500 a month to $3,500 a month. But that's only if like you actually have a bunch of usage, right? Like, for example, if you set up an Aurora database in RDS, that's going to be your most expensive. Also, VPCs are expensive. ECS is decently expensive. So, for example, like for every service that you have running up in ECS, it's going to be about like $100 to $200. So the BridgeMind API is probably going to cost about $100 to $200. And but the thing is we do have startup credits, so we don't have to worry about that for a while. AWS is very startup friendly. You just have to kind of like go through the process of actually enrolling in that program to get the free credits. But yes, AWS is like one of the most expensive options though, just so you know. But it's very enterprise level. Token burning is one thing, auto compacting is another. It's so annoying. 100%. Yeah, compacting is like frustrating because you just know that, hey, once it does get to that point, you are losing quite a bit when it auto compacts. It's like, why did I have to auto compact? It's not nice. Okay, let's head over here. We're gonna go to localhost 3000 here. The sidebar here looks terrible. The mobile view of the navigation system looks terrible. I need you to completely redesign it. Okay. All right, what's going on here? Let's pull this up real quick. Let's go here. Fix this on startup. How many credits did I get from AWS? You can get, like, you can ask for more, so initially 1,000, and then you can get more as well. So you can get up to 10,000. All right, there's the login page. This is still not yet created. This has not yet created that, so. Let's run npm run build here and see if this is building. I have the Cursor Ultra, so I'm paying $200 a month for Cursor. Okay, that did fix. I did not want that to do that. Run npm run build and fix any build errors. All right, another thing is context anxiety, where the agent will start hallucinating like it got dementia when the context window reaches 80%. Yeah, it does. Yep. All right, guys, we are only 22 likes away from an Airbnb tour. Shout out to you guys. We're almost there. All right. All right, also, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We've got 220 people watching. The goal for this Vibathon is we want to get to 25,000 subscribers. Right now we're at 21,870. And like I said, you know, today we are going to be going for 12 hours, so we're locked in and ready to go. All right. All right, this is updating the navigation system here. Hold on, I actually do not want that to, it's overlapping. Yeah, so W. Dan said that he was just reading into the same thing that Hung said. He said that rot and anxiety spike the hallucinations as you exceed 50%. Yeah. Thank you, yeah. Any of the crypto stuff is just a scam, guys. Thank you, Neek. All right, this looks good. Try again. Would you add some bottom spacing so that the login button isn't all the way at the bottom? Like add some spacing, some better margins. Also, where is the sign up page? Make sure you create that as well. It should be in the nav bar. That's funny, W. Dan. Dan said that he's selling context windows. They do come with Windex. Let's go. Alright, let's see if this was able to build. Alright, it did complete successfully. Why is there no sign-up page? Make sure that there is a sign-up page and make sure that you add it to the nav bar. So right now we're building the BridgeMind MCP. This is a new sprint that we're doing. It's a new project that we're going to be working on during the course of the Vibathon. So it's going to come to life, but you know, right now it's very, very early on. We're just setting up like the initial infrastructure, architecture, and prototyping it. So I think that today, you know, since we're going to be live for 12 hours, you guys are just going to kind of see it come together a little bit more. And then I'll be able to show you guys, hey, this is what it looks like, this is what it's for, and here's the plan. But right now, it's just very, very early on, so. So it's this right here. Okay, so there's a feature flag preventing it. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm gonna add that. Okay. All right, there we go. So here's the sign up. Here's what the sign up page looks with AWS Cognito, we are going to be offering people to sign up and sign in with both Google and Apple. Would you update the login and sign up pages accordingly? Thomas said, what do you use to make this happen? Opus, yeah. I use a lot of Opus is my main. Cloud Code's my main, for sure. I forget what it's called, but it's just like if you look up AWS credit program, it's pretty simple. Like there, you'll have no problem getting about $1,000. It's very easy. Thank you, Linux. I've never used the Aggie CLI. I've never even heard of it. All right, so here those go. The question I'm interested in is, hey, once we do actually have this, let's actually change this to start free. I want all of the sign up buttons to have labels for, they should just say start free. Or what do you think is the best approach? Review the marketing guide. What do you think should be the content on this button that routes to the sign up page? Yeah, I still have free AWS credits in use, yes. Oh, wow, that's cool. AWS provided 5,000 in promotional credit. That's cool. All right, guys, we did just hit 300 likes, so it's time for a quick tour of the Airbnb. I'll show you guys around a little bit. So I'm going to move, I think. Let's check this out, guys. All right, I'll show you guys around a little bit. All right, so you guys are going to get the full tour here. Thank you for 300 likes. Just as a reminder, we are going for 12 hours today, so this is just the beginning. But so yeah, so I mean, all right, so. The first thing I'll do is I'll just show you guys, like, hey, here's the setup. From my perspective, I literally have this chair set up. This is so, like, I don't even know. This is ramshackle, but this is it. I'll show you guys outside for a second here. Let's go this way. Show you guys the ocean. So what I like is there's, like, this balcony, which is nice. Balcony's nice. Here is the cold plunge. The cold plunge is out here. I did bring it. So the cold plunge is right there. It's not inflated yet, so at some point we're gonna have to do that. And then here's the ocean. I don't know. What do you guys think? Might have to come out here and get some sun or something. I don't know. Yeah, not too bad. But yeah, so that's like, I just like this. This is cool. Let's see what the chat's saying. But yeah, I mean, the biggest, like, when I saw this, this is this is like the most. I just have like the setup here, and then just everything over here is a mess. But there's not really much to show other than, like, I literally can't even get out. I have a Mr. Coffee. Which is nice. Some food. And then, yeah, I mean, there's bathroom, rooms, nothing too crazy. But this is where I'll be for 2 weeks. So, I mean, it is nice to be out here. And we'll probably, I mean, we're going to be streaming for 12 hours a day. So what's cool is that you guys are going to be able to see me, not only, like, just be, like, grinding and stuff, but also we're going to be able to kind of, like, hang out a little bit and do stuff around here. But that's not too bad. Ocean and sun is nice. It's nice. I don't know, let me pull up the chat here. Yeah, I literally can't. I mean, I can't get out. Look at this. All right. Also, we were at 21,877, but I set this up and I can't even get out. I'm gonna have to, at some point, I am gonna leave and I'm gonna get out, but I had to set all this stuff up. So let me pull up the chat. So you guys are saying. We have the Omen. I mean, we have literally everything from the setup back home. We just brought it out. Hold on, let me pull up chat here. Yeah, this is the new BridgeMind HQ. Yeah, I literally had to break down the desk. I did have some help. But here's the cold plunge. I mean, the cold plunge out here is gonna be crazy. We just have to. I don't know how many gallons of water it is, but I mean, I do have it out here, so at some point we'll definitely want to like pump it up, but it'll be cool because we'll be able to do a cold plunge like outside on this balcony. And yeah, the balcony's cool. It's chill. But something that I do need to do is I do need to eat. I haven't eaten yet today. I was up like really late last night because I had to actually set all this stuff up. So, yeah, I'm probably gonna, here's my agents. I definitely want to set those up, but I think that if you guys want to see my smoothie recipe, walk us through the logistics. What do you mean? What logistics? I'll show you guys the smoothie recipe because I do need to eat. So, I mean, we're gonna be going for 12 hours a day, so you guys are just gonna see a little bit more of like the behind the scenes, I guess, which I don't know if you guys will like that or not, but you're gonna get it anyway, so. All right, so I'm gonna put this up here. All right, so I'm gonna make a smoothie real quick, guys. Is this fine? I feel like this will be fine. I'll show you the smoothie recipe, or ingredients, whatever you wanna call it. Okay. All right, one thing that I don't know if I really like about Florida that much is it's like the groceries here are expensive. Yeah, Dan, the logistics were tough. Yeah, so Dan just said just migrating all the gear across multi-states into this multi-floor building. Man's made a serious journey and left nothing behind. Yeah, it was a journey, I'll tell you that much. That's why, I mean, I was off stream for a couple days. I think that was the longest I've ever taken off of the stream since we started. But for my smoothie, here's what I do. I just do strawberries. And so strawberries, the first thing. That's about enough. And then I do a banana. I'm hoping I won't be sick for too much longer. Maybe like one more day. I was not feeling so good last night when I was going to sleep. Okay. All right, so strawberries, bananas. And then we've got this stuff, so greens blend. So this is like if you don't want to actually eat vegetables. This is an Airbnb. Yeah. Somebody said, who needs food? Well, we are going to be going for 12 hours, so. Also, I got this. I don't know if this isn't my normal protein powder, but this is what I did get. I don't think it's going to be as good, to be honest, but we'll see. Where am I at? I'm in Florida right now, for those of you wondering. Yeah. Where is the... I have no idea where the utensils are. I forgot. Oh, there. Okay. So now I do a yogurt. Just like one thing of yogurt. One thing of yogurt. Why am I in Florida? I'm in Florida for the Vibathon event. And for the next 2 weeks, we're going to be going for about 12 hours a day. So, I mean, that's the cool part is that you guys, you know, this community has enabled me to be able to do stuff like this. So I appreciate it. It's cool. All right, so this, what is it? It's, all right, serving size is 2 scoops. So I'll do about like 2.5. Or no, I'll do 3. 3 should be good. So protein-wise, this is 45 grams of protein here. I think 15 grams in the yogurt, and then, okay, the last thing is I do a ton of peanut butter. I do a lot of peanut butter. So, peanut butter is very high calorie, high protein, and like for example, I don't like to eat very often. So, like me eating this is gonna be, once I add the peanut butter, I'll be like full for like hours and hours and hours. So it will be nice. I basically won't have to worry about eating, so be nice. Peanut butter is great for smoothies, yes. All right, so we'll just do this. All right, I'll do some whole milk. Okay. All right, let me find, there's a top for this somewhere. I found it. There we go. This is an Airbnb. Oh, you know something I forgot? Straws. Oh, that stinks. Smoothie straws. Oh my gosh. All right. All right, this will be, oh wait. Oh, thank goodness. All right, we do have. Look at this. These are for drinks. It says I love this bar. But all right, we did it. All right, this one looks pretty good. No, we're good. We're good. Okay. All right, we are good. All right, we can. I do have chat open here, so I can see what you guys are saying. Let's go here. All right. All right, I'm back. Let's go. Oh, I'm muted. Sorry. Didn't even notice. We're back. Okay. So let's so this now start building, and then this is Cognito here on this page. This is Cognito. So it didn't look like to me that this was actually making any requests. So I'm assuming that for some reason maybe cores isn't configured or something like that, but something is blocking it. So okay. All right, you can see 400 error here. All right. Password did not conform. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, perfect. That's actually good. Because I'm pretty sure that does mean that it's... Oh, well, it could be in the DTO. Yeah, it's probably in the DTO, actually. Okay. I got these errors when I was trying to sign up. Would you update the front end sign up page to make sure that there is a user interface that shows the password requirements, that I don't make this mistake again? Okay. Also, if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's see here. What can we do at like 500 likes? All right, 500 likes. Set up cold plunge. I'm just gonna do 500 likes equals cold plunge. We need to set it up. Oops. We need to pump it up. We're gonna do that at 500 likes. Yeah, I was looking at, there's like this thing called, I think it's like called Ninja VOD or something, and I'm pretty sure that I can connect it with my phone, and then I can stream it to OBS. I don't know when we're gonna be able to try that out, but I think at some point you guys will be able to come down to the ocean with me. This is my full-time job. All right, I just want to say, this is so good. This is so good. Yeah, I think this is a cold, with the cold plunge, I need to fill it up. So I brought a 5-gallon bucket. I literally brought a 5-gallon bucket here. I gotta show this to you guys, it's funny. Hold on. All right, look at this. Okay, so I brought a 5-gallon bucket. Where is it? I know it's somewhere around here. Here it is. I brought a 5-gallon bucket so I could fill up the cold plunge 5 gallons at a time. I don't know how it's gonna work, but yeah, not too bad. All right, I do need to get this set up though, but that's cool. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Wait, how'd this go? So when users type in, they'll see the checkout. Okay, cool. Okay, so BridgeMind apps. Oh, whoa. That actually create a... If that worked, I'd be impressed. Hold on here. We did get redirected, so no token provided in the URL. The sign-up flow does now need to be updated since we have completely redesigned our auth system to change from using local setup auth to using AWS Cognito. Would you review our initial sign-up system that exists right now and figure out how we can make sure that it does work? Forget about the verify email step, remove that completely. Let's just focus on being able to sign up in this way. Remove all logic associated with verifying the email. We will revisit this another time. We just want to start with the initial MVP, which in this case is no verification of the email. Let's just focus on signing up. We've built View Creator, so it's pretty cool. You know, View Creator's making revenue, generating revenue, and like the other day, I had 5 signups in one day that were paid, and I was like, ah, this is cool, you know. But you know, View Creator is a virality engine, so even like with what I'm doing here, right? I mean, I have View Creator agents that are just working for me like right now, and we've built a virality engine that's supporting our UGC team. It's supporting everything that we're doing at BridgeMind, and for the next 10 days, we now have to build this coding tool. Yeah. Yeah, definitely happy to be out here. Okay, let me set up the FBI cam real quick. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Let's go. Okay, so I really just want to start out with just setting up signups without verification of the email. I just think that, hey, it's easier to kind of rip out that scaffolding and then replace it. Here. This is out, so. All right, let's get it. Does it change the video's metadata and then upload on TikTok? What do you mean the metadata? Because it does create like the titles and descriptions and stuff. I want you to delete it now. Yeah. So this is a user is not confirmed. That's how Cognito works. I have worked with Cognito before. It's been about, I don't know, technically 8 months since I last worked with it. So, okay. So check this out, guys. So we did actually get this working. So W's in the chat because look at this. So we do have it working. Now, I do want to draw your attention to this here. So we did create our first user in that user pool. Now, the email was not verified and it was unconfirmed. And that's because our verify email scaffolding was not set up correctly. Let me see if I did get an email from Cognito to verify. We'll check real quick. I'll let you guys know. I'm gonna pull up my email here. Okay, yeah, so check this out, guys. So this is pretty cool because this is how it works out of the box. I did receive a verification code from Cognito. So your confirmation code is 338276, okay? And yeah, I've definitely been very sick, so I think what's nice is that I'll probably will be a little bit better, maybe like in a day or two, so the energy will come back a little bit more, but you know, I'm getting through it right now. It's all good. So that is working. It's been deleted, and so now let's just try it again. So let's go over here and see what happens now when we sign up. Let's just do BridgeMind apps +1. Okay. Okay, so then it just says failed to sign up. Confirm sign up. Sign in requires additional step. Hold on here. And this again is the problem. We're about to compact in 10%. So okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. Provide a README, not provide. Create a README summarizing what you did in this conversation so that I can pass it into another agent. Okay. All right, and the flow that I'm going through is I'm going to set up auth and then we're gonna go and we're gonna revisit the API key logic. And then once we create the API key logic and we test it and we get that working, then we'll be able to actually test the MCP. And I don't think that we're not that far off from getting this fully configured so that we can start building and prototyping. But right now it's just like a lot of upfront. So I'm gonna drop in auth changes README. Review this README in the project, and then I need you to review the sign up logic. Right now I'm able to sign up, but it does not go through the process of having me verify my email. Now, when I do sign up, I do get sent a verification email. So now it's just I need to build in the logic so that the user can then actually enter it. Review the code, launch 5 agents that will analyze the existing implementation of AWS Cognito and think in depth about our existing functionality both in the front end as well as in the API, and be able to then create and update and implement the logic so that we can sign up, confirm our account, and then get redirected to the BridgeMind web app. Review all of this using agents and then actually create a structured implementation plan based off of your findings. Excuse me, guys. All right, well, I'm gonna do some push-ups in a minute. I've got the smoothie here. All right, BridgeMind API, BridgeMind UI, and then BridgeMind web app. And I'm gonna do an ultra think. Okay, perfect. So this is now very important. This agent's very important. Wait, where did it just go? Oh, here it is. All right, this is very important. Deepflow said, been watching your content for a couple of weeks, and I just subscribed to ViewCritter to help me launch my Luxury Loft YouTube channel. Still exploring, but love it so far. Keep up the good work, man. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I think you know, ViewCritter has a lot of potential. You know, in my mind, it's a work in progress, and we're going to continue to make it better over the course of 2026. But at the stage that it's at currently, very, very useful in what we're doing. Very useful to be able to create those agents, to be able to automate content creation and publishing across all the platforms. I mean, I literally generate thousands and thousands and thousands of views every single day using ViewCritter agents. So it's like, hey, when you're dog fooding your own product and it's working well, I think that's great. Wait, hold up here. Okay, WDN said, my pitch, 500 push-up goal for the next 2 days, then 1,500 for the 2 days following. Let the body reset and be ready to rip for the duration of the event. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. I mean, I was just surprised because I thought that I was going to be, like, way better by today. I thought that I was going to be, like, 100%. But I was, like, not feeling good when I was going to bed last night, but it doesn't even matter. It's all good. But, yeah, I appreciate that, WDN. I mean, we do have 1,000 push-ups written up on the board today, and we're at 150, and we are going to be streaming for 12 hours. So, I don't know. That's a lot of time, you know, to do push-ups, so... All right, so JP said, can you explain how these agents are connecting with the code? Yeah, so, you know, you just run these agents locally on your machine. And you can even see that, hey, these agents are able to do tool calls, which are able to search files, read files, write to files. And what's nice about running, you know, multiple agents at once is you can see that, you know, this one's analyzing the Cognito auth, this one's analyzing the signup flow, this one's analyzing the web app auth patterns, this one's analyzing the Amplify Cognito client logic, and this one's reviewing the UI auth routing. So, you know, these agents are able to spread out throughout the code base, review in their own separate context windows, and then come back to the main agent. Now, the problem that you typically will have is that, hey, you know, I'm doing this, I'm spending a lot to be able to do that. This is now the to-do list. So the question is how much, you know, context are we going to use doing all this? How much does it cost for you to use Cloud Code alone? $200 a month. Dark Salumber said, I may start tomorrow, push-ups and healthy food, healthy. Yeah, let's go. Diddy said, nice work, keep it going. Greetings from Germany. Let's go. Let's go. All right, this song's fire. All right, I feel amazing now that I just had that smoothie. Let me go put it up. I'm also gonna grab another cup of coffee. What time is it? 12? All right, hold on. This agent's important, so you guys keep an eye on this one. All right, let's go. Just got some coffee. Let's go, guys. I don't know if I really like there being a verify email page. I'd rather just have it in the sign up flow, to be honest. Let's go, chat. Yes, I would like you to proceed, but note that I do not want a specified verify email page. I would rather just have this built into the sign up flow itself instead of redirecting. Or hold on. Yeah. Oh. The delivery is not only going to do over email. I think Claude Code is really good. There's things about Claude Code that you're not going to get with Cursor. I do have Claude Code and Cursor, but yes, I think that the #1 vibe coding tool is probably now Claude Code. But Cursor is still very useful. Okay. All right, so it's going to add the confirm sign up and resend thunks. Nice. That's done. Windsurf has your heart. So I just, Tune Expected asked, how are you running agents in parallel, Git branches, or just different repos? So I just run them like in the dev branch, and I just, in my mind, I make sure that they're not going to cross each other. So right now, like today, what you guys are seeing, because we are working on such a, like, we don't yet have a ton of stuff built out, so that's why I'm not running like 30 agents at once. Like right now I'm kind of going in a flow, and I'm going according to our goals. So like one of the biggest goals that we're working on right now is this AWS Cognito setup. So we already have it so that you can sign up. Now we just have to make it so that you can confirm your email, and that's what we're doing right now. So once we make it so that you can sign up, confirm your email, and then actually get redirected to the web app page, that's going to be a completely different scenario, and then we'll be able to actually start building some stuff out. Chad, what's up, man? Let's go. Let's lock in. Excuse me, guys. Neek says that Droid's the best. So said that Claude Code could better run a workflow from point A to point B all the way with less hassle. Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, I got you, man. Man, I love coffee. Let's go. All right. All right. That looks good. Okay. Conductor. I have tried Conductor. I think it's just too much overhead for no reason, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I think that with something like Conductor, it's just not really that necessarily that worth it. Hold on here. I want to CD into BridgeMind API here. What are we using for testing? Wait, what do you mean, WDan? So said, subbed and liked, you studied computer science, or you always had a passion for IT. What's your story, if I could ask? I didn't finish study because my father died of cancer, but I made my website now. I'm sorry to hear that. That's good that you're, you've made your website now. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so my story, a lot of you guys already know it, so may be hearing it again. But I went to Purdue University, and I was always very entrepreneurial and into business and entrepreneurship. I went to study finance, and it was interesting. My story is I actually started to teach myself how to code my sophomore year of college, and that's when I went off the deep end and started programming every day. I used Codecademy to kind of teach me the initial, just my initial, hold on here. My initial knowledge came from Codecademy, and then, I got lucky because when I started programming, it was at the same time when all of the AI tools started to come out. So at that time, it was just, ChatGPT, and I even shared some of my journey with that, where, things were so much different when we just had ChatGPT, because you would have to copy and paste and, have conversations with chat, and it just wasn't as good. But now with these agentic tools, it's a completely different scenario. And I will say that I did have a vision for what that would look like. I had a vision of like, hey, I do think that, the AI tools are going to get better, and people that are going to win in the future are going to be these agentic developers. And that has come true for the most part. So right, so this should be done. Let's test this out now. So I'm gonna go to localhost. Yeah, I am from Indiana. All right, so I'm gonna start building. Fort Wayne School. I had a friend from there. All right, so this is gonna be the test to see, hey, do we actually get, you know, a confirmation email? Why was the password put in the URL? We do not want to do that. Review this incomplete dev. That is an incorrect approach. Also, I then got this error. Review incompletely fix this. Obviously, there's an issue here during the sign up flow. I want to use Cognito. I want to stay on AWS, SG Tech. How much did I learn on Codecademy? I pretty much have all of my initial knowledge from Codecademy. I started out with HTML and CSS, and then JavaScript, and then I did a full stack developer course. And I would just set like goals all the time about like doing, you know, a bunch of flashcards and, you know, taking the exams and the tests and the certifications and stuff. Yeah, password in the URL. That's the thing with, you know, AI is that, hey, that, you know, you just notice that stuff when it's doing it. All right, compacting the conversation. GLM 4.7? I don't even want it to go through compacting. Is it worth vibe coding on Google AI Studio and Gemini? I wasn't using earphones though. Sorry if you answered. No, I didn't answer that question yet. So yeah, I mean, I personally don't. So I can't give like a super great recommendation just because I don't do that. I think that Claude Code and Cursor and some of these other workflows are definitely better. But I can't really speak because I haven't used those workflows a whole lot. So. Yeah, so somebody in the chat, so tune expected, yeah, so if you guys didn't know this, we did try this out, when was it? I guess on the day 113 stream, it's been a couple days, but, you know, we did set up open code, so you can use open code, and with open code, this is what it looks like. You can go to models, and here are the list of models, and like one thing definitely to take note of is that you actually can use some free models, so the free models on open code, you have Grok Code Fast 1, GLM 4.7, Big Pickle, and then Minimax M2.1 is also a free model. So if you're interested in free AI, that's definitely an option. You know, it's not going to be frontier models. It's not going to be frontier system, but it's going to be free AI that you can use in a CLI experience, open code. It's definitely gaining in a lot of popularity, so I would go check it out if you'd be interested in that. But it's not something that I'm going to use in my workflow personally, just because I'd rather use the frontier systems. Excuse me. Okay, Backstory Byte said Gemini 3 Flash with open code is actually pretty nice. I have found I used 3 Flash for off UI components. One off UI components, got it. Okay. Okay, so let's see if this did fix that issue. Just make sure, let's go to warp here. All right, that looks good. All right, start building. Okay, nice. Let's go. All right, chat. All right, we have progress finally. All right, we did get the confirmation code. So there we go. Verify email. Let's go. All right, let's go, guys. Oh, let's go. All right, so we have not more issues, but that's all right. We made some progress there. I got this 400 error when I was entering the confirmation code here. That's a big win. Okay, nice. And it confirmed in Cognito. Wow. Okay, perfect. Also note that it did confirm the user and verify their email incognito. As you can see, BridgeMind Apps Plus 2 is verified and confirmed. So this is working. But I'm not sure what caused this 400 error. Pinpoint what caused it. All right, let's pull this back up. So token verification. And like one thing about just vibe coding in general is, hey, you have to remember that like the reason that I'm using Gemini 3 Pro is because it's actually good to use for this scenario because just the context window is so much larger than Opus. Like Opus 4.5 has a context window of 200,000, right? And Gemini 3 Pro has a context window of over 1 million. So when you're doing stuff like this, like you have to know, okay, like there are different drawbacks of that, but for certain scenarios, like I do get, just from using the model so much, I do almost have like a gut feel of like, hey, this one's correct to use in this scenario. And I do think that in this scenario here, this is where we use that. Okay. The 400 error was caused by the backend's Cognito service incorrectly determining it was not configured because Cognito domain was missing. The issue, the Cognito service strictly checked this, and this to be present. Why it failed, your front end is using the AWS SDK to authenticate directly against the user pool. This flow sends an ID token to the backend for verification. Verifying an ID only requires the user pool and client ID. It does not require a custom Cognito domain. Okay, fix. I relaxed the configuration check. Okay. All right, so let's test it again. All right, perfect. All right, nice. All right. Oh. Not sure exactly why I got this error. It is because I signed up and I already had signed in the previous session. So I got this error after I confirmed the new sign up session. Could you pinpoint what we could do to fix this? I signed up with another user, BridgeMind Apps plus 3, and verified and confirmed that. And then I got this error. Fix this. Well, the thing is that AI fixed it for me, so, you know, I think that the approach that you guys are going to see me take is that I'm a full believer that the agentic systems are going to continue to get better. So I want to use the agentic systems and I want to use AI to do everything for me. I think that it'll get to a point where the feedback loop is like very, very close. So for example, like, hey, we'll get to a point eventually where you have agentic systems that I don't even need to really prompt it. I'm using the mic from this mic here. Okay, so let's try this again. Let's go to sign in, and let's do BridgeMind Apps. Why did I get this error when trying to sign in? Yeah, I think that OpenAI is sitting on a really good model. I think their biggest issue, though, is speed in a lot of ways. You know, their speed isn't too good. Yeah, that's really well said by Neek. He said you should learn basic security, and then you know if it's a bad implementation or not, or the AI can search web and tell you, like how to implement secure auth, for example. Yeah, it's well said. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's so obvious to me that agentic coding is the future of software development that, you know, I have no problem, you know, having people take shots at me. It's fine. All right. Yeah, 100 tokens per second would be great. I don't think they'll get... I think right now it's at like 40, though, which is the issue. I think we're at the limit here with this context. I got this error when trying to sign in or log in on this page. What is causing this? All right, so why this happened, the front end successfully got a token from Cognito and sent it to the back end. The back end received the request but failed because Cognito service checks for these variables. And I'm sorry if they're missing, it throws Cognito is not configured. Okay. Alright, one second, I need to check out my environment variables real quick. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. Review the screenshots and tell me, give me the exact environment variables to set. I'm in Florida right now. Okay, so I did just set my environment variable, so this should work now. Let's see, only one way to test it out, right? So I'm gonna go here, and we're going to restart the API. The one thing that I am a little bit curious of is it is using like this amplify auth, and I don't necessarily know. I have used that in the past before, and it didn't lead me in a good direction, so we may need to revisit that. But let's see if this works. Okay, it did work. All right, yeah. Just when I refresh those issue. Okay, so I logged in. I need you to make sure that it redirects me to the web app URL. There's an environment variable for this, but make sure that you configure login to properly redirect me to the respective page, which is redirecting me to the web app URL, and that is an environment variable. Well, this is working. Let's hit some push-ups, guys. All right, let's go. 40. There should be a check on this page to see if the user is already authenticated, and if they are, it should redirect them respectively. Yeah, this is Florida. The next like goal is 500 likes. Let me put this up. There it is, it's working. Nice. Yeah, so I will. If you you're in the Discord. All right, what's the issue here? Why am I getting this error here? Okay, great work. Is there any environment variables or setup that is needed in this repo? We want to make sure that if the user is not authenticated, that it redirects them back to the login page. All right, guys, we're up to 21,941 subscribers. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Looks like we're about to hit 22,000 today, so. All Looks like that did fix that. So the question is, can we create an API key now? Oh, wow. Let's go, guys. All right, so we create, so like we've been, and here's the very interesting part is like, when you're doing agentic coding and when you're doing vibe coding, you know, a lot of the times, you know, you'll go for, you know, how many hours, we're three and a half hours into this stream. And this stream so far, we've been setting up AWS Cognito, and now we've constructed our auth system, and now we're moving into actually setting up this BridgeMind MCP so that I can now create this. Now you can see that, like I can go here now and I can do, like, let's just do create test. It creates the key. I'm gonna copy the key. And then what this is for is this is for the BridgeMind MCP, okay? So like today we're gonna be prototyping the BridgeMind MCP with some tools so that we can build a vibe coding system that uses some of the philosophy that we have from everything that we've done up to this point. There is a way that we can significantly improve agentic coding or vibe coding for everybody. So, you know, I have a vision for this, but to get to that vision, you know, there's so many steps in between. But today, you know, we've still got like over 8 hours to go on today's stream, and we've already gotten Cognito set up. We already have the scaffolding set up. We already have a slight prototype, and now the next like couple of hours is going to be incredibly important because hey, now we have Cognito set up. We have our sign up process set up, and you know. Turn the volume down a little bit, okay. Turn it down a little bit. Right. Yeah, let me know about the music volume. Okay, so now that's set up, which is perfect. So, all right. I want you to use a different icon library for the icons in the sidebar. Also, I do want you to construct the projects schema in Drizzle in the database. Hold on, let's not do that yet. I think here's the workflow. I think that we need to just set up a very simple project schema, and we'll go from there. But I want to be able to create my API key, and I want to create my project. And then I think that for us to be able to build and then iterate, I think the next steps are for us to create the endpoints for us to be able to create projects, and then that can be like super simple. Like I don't even want to make that complicated. I just want to make it so that you can basically just create maybe the name of a project, and then we can create a tool in this MCP that we're working on, and we could make the tool be list projects, and then we can go through the process of making it so that I can actually set up the MCP. And I think that's the workflow that we need to do. And then the first tool that we'll have associated with our MCP can be something like list projects, if that makes sense. All right, hold on. Let's move this up. Let's move the desk up. We'll get on our feet. I did just do 40 push-ups, yeah. Okay. All right. I want the table for projects to be as simple as possible right now. Literally the only thing that I want in that table right now is the name of the project. That's it. We will worry about building that out later on, but for now, I just want you to update. I'm going to say create the API. Okay. All right, this is going to be something that I run in Opus 4.5. I just think Opus 4.5 is going to do a better job at this. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to cd out Claude. All right, there we go. I want you to review the Cognito auth system and provide me a brief overview and diagram of how it works. Let's pull this up real quick, and what I do want to look at is I want to look at the schema for this. Let's see here. So, all right, so Drizzle schema, and then we are going to go to users here. So yeah, so Cognito sub is what we're looking at there. Triax, what's up, man? Thank you. Let's go. The grind later tonight is going to be insane. I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to see the sun go down. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of people at the beach. Alright, hold on, give me 1 second. I do need to do one thing. All right. Yeah, you missed the tour. Yeah. Yeah, we have a project sharing event tomorrow. Yeah, project sharing event is tomorrow. Okay, enabled, disabled feature flag. All right, hold on here. Yeah, I brought the whole setup, Adams. Yeah, also in about 75 likes, we're gonna be able to do a, we're gonna set up the cold plunge I showed you guys a minute ago what the cold plunge is outside, but I still need to set it up. I need to like inflate it and stuff. So at 500 likes, we're gonna take a break and set it up. I'm gonna show you guys how I inflate it and set it up and stuff. But I do need to put water in it and stuff. So, but I think the water may be a little bit harder. I don't know, we'll see. Would you make sure that there is a testing suite for all project-related logic in the API that you just created? Make sure that you have just tests for this. I mean, I think I can take you guys to the beach with me. There's like something called like Ninja. I don't know what it's called. It's like Ninja VOD or something. Oh, Video Ninja. So this here, I was looking at this, and this is apparently like I can remote share to OBS, so I can like add my camera to OBS and I can remote screen share into OBS. That would be an option. So that if you guys want to go check out the beach, we can go, but it would take us some setup, but let me know what you guys think. My go-to database is definitely Postgres. With that, there is a risk of crashing the stream, so I may do that like later tonight. You know, we are going for 12 hours today, so later tonight, what I'm imagining is that like what you guys are seeing like the very beginning of this project. So like right now, it's just we're setting up like the very beginning of the project. So like I just need to configure the environment variables and stuff like that. Get this working. We will get the BridgeMind MCP working so that I'll be able to basically say, hey, what projects do I have in my BridgeMind account? And it's going to be able to list them out, right? And that's going to be the very beginning of this prototype and this scaffolding. And we're almost there. I mean, like right now, even in just the past couple hours, we have gotten Cognito set up, so I can log in, maybe not. Hold up here. When I go to the login page, I am getting this error. Fix this. We're in Florida, Aparium. Handle King, I'm going to be doing 12 hours today. Yeah, we're going to be doing 12 hours. So, we're just getting started. Okay, so now if I open up Cursor here, and I go to the web app, and I go to projects, I'm gonna ask it to build this. Build this page using the UI theme skill so that you make sure that you get the design right, and also build the page for creating a new project and for reviewing a project. All right, cool. Yeah, it is a vibe. Yeah, last night I was up till like 1 in the morning because I had to get all this stuff set up. I got in late last night, and then I had to like move everything in. You guys, I mean, you guys saw the tour. Everything's kind of like trashed, but you know, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Shad CN, also think a magic word to trigger the AI's highest thinking budget or extend reasoning mode for complex tasks. Thank you, WDM. Okay. All right, so let's try this again. Let's go to localhost. Go to login. Still getting these issues here. I am still getting these errors on the login page when I get there. All right, and then keep an eye on this, 12%, just an issue. All right, nice. All right, so that did work. So let's try logging in as BridgeMind Apps. Perfect. Let's go. All right, now I can go to projects. Here's the project page that's being created. And now I can go to create project. Let's just do BridgeMind, create. And then that will work. It did create. Nice. Let's go. Let's go, chat. So very, very simple start for us here. Because I just want to make, I want to have there be one singular tool in this MCP, which is just going to be list the projects in my BridgeMind account. And what this is going to evolve into is we'll be able to work with a project with this MCP and be able to create a bunch of subtasks and be able to vibe code using this MCP, and it's going to make our vibe coding workflow way better. But when you're first getting started on a project, sometimes you need to just you just have to start building, and then you can iterate based on, you know, how much progress you make, what you find success in. But this is like kind of just the intro to this project. So now here is so we literally just created a project. Very, very simple here. Very simple. So I'm gonna drop this in, BridgeMind web app. Review the sidebar. When it's collapsed, the icons and everything is off center. Okay. All right, now watch this. So now I'm gonna go to the MCP, I'm gonna go to the API. I need you to review the logic associated with projects. I only want there to be one tool inside of the BridgeMind MCP, which is a list projects tool. This should be the only tool for us to get started. I also need you to actually configure it so that the MCP does make calls and can interact with the BridgeMind API. So what you need to do is you need to create the logic for this, review the API, review the MCP, and then update the MCP so that it does have a tool where I can list out the projects via the MCP associated with my account. One big thing to note is that the reason that we created the API keys table is so that users could create API keys that they could then configure with the MCP so that they can, you know, create these API keys that they could then use when they're using the MCP. So I need your help in thinking through how to make sure that the BridgeMind API has the logic for this so that the MCP can talk to it if there is an API key, respectively. All right, I'm about to open up the, it's a little bit hot, so I'm just gonna open up a, okay. All right, nice. That did fix that issue. So that's awesome. Let's go. Yeah. All right, let's hit some push-ups while this one's working. Would you come up with more on-theme styling for that sidebar and the tooltips? Make sure it uses that black and white styling. For example, the color of the tooltips should be black background with white text. We're in Florida right now. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. All right, 30. All right, so we're up to 220 on the push-ups for the day. Yeah, so I'm building a BridgeMind MCP, which is going to be a vibe coding tool. I'm doing that for the length of the Vibathon. Thank you, Neek. So we're at the very beginning of this sprint. We haven't done a ton yet. Justin said you were going to Purdue. You still going? I'm there for CS right now. So technically, like, I am gonna get my degree. I only have 7 credit hours left, but I don't like go to class there. If that makes sense. Like, I'm finishing it virtually, so. I still use Cursor. I actually was using Cursor a lot today because the Gemini 3 Pro in Cursor is nice to use for sure. Okay, create API key authenticated projects endpoint. No. No, I don't want you to create an API key authenticated projects endpoint. Hold on here. All right. This one was not doing good. So let's pull up projects here. So projects, so inside projects, user ID. And then I just want to make sure that that's the same. Hold on, we're going to take over here. Update the projects.ts file in the database to make sure it also has a user ID column, respectively. It should be identical to the API projects.ts file. Then I need you to generate and run the migrations, respectively, in the database. It's Whisperflow Redux. All right, migration's completed successfully. I need you to review the auth guard in the API. All right, so let's go to common and then look at guards. The JVT auth guard. This is incredibly important here. Okay. These guards are very important because we are going to be making it so that users can use the BridgeMind MCP to be able to... Hold on here. I don't know if that's loud for you guys. Let me know if it is. Okay, so these guards are very important because we're going to be making it so that users can use the BridgeMind MCP to be able to use tools like Claude Code or Cursor to be able to interact with the BridgeMind MCP. So I need you to make sure that our setup here will support that, so that the API key has the information and the logic in it, so that the API routes can process the requests. Review how it's constructed right now and teach me what I need to know. Also, guys, we are at 453 likes. At 500 likes, we are going to be setting up the cold plunge. I'm going to show you guys around the place a little bit, and we'll set up the cold plunge at 500 likes. All right, let's go over here. So this one, I didn't like the direction that I was headed, so I kind of just stopped it early. Let's look here now. Here. I need you to review the BridgeMind API as well as the database and the UI. I need you to make sure that we have all of the logic for forgot password and resetting of the passwords. Review our existing implementation in depth using 3 sub-agents to review both the API, database, Cognito setup, and the user interface. And then I need you to integrate the proper updates so that users are able to reset their passwords. I want you to first review the code base and associated functionality, and then create an implementation file that is a README with the plan for implementing the logic associated with resetting passwords. Remember that we do use Cognito, so you need to integrate with Cognito for this, respectively. All right, Ultra Think. What is the best approach to take? I need you to do an in-depth review and come back to me with your suggestions. It's okay if we have to rewrite or refactor some code. Remember that we have not launched yet, so it's okay to refactor now. We want the best implementation possible, so come back to me with the best approach to go forward with this. Just remember that we have the API keys set up because we are setting them up so that users can generate an API key that they can then use in the MCP so that they can use the BridgeMind MCP to connect with their BridgeMind account respectively. So I need you to review it in this context and come back to me with the best approach for this. Okay. If you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. This is not anti-gravity, this is cursor. Warp. So we have 3 agents here with Warp, reviewing password reset logic. Okay. I need you to do an in-depth review of the MCP, and I need you to think through what environment variables are needed for the MCP. Remember that this MCP is going to be running in AWS ECS using Fargate, and we are going to be using Docker, and it's going to be an ECR and running on ECS. And I need you to think through what environment variables it needs. Remember that it will be making calls to the BridgeMind API, so review this in depth. Do not look at my environment variables file, but tell me which ones I will need to configure, and then give me some placeholders to input for now. Okay, that's probably good. Yeah, UltraThink will cost more, you know. It'll use more usage. Speaking of usage, let's actually check out where am I at for today. I think my limits for at least this session just restarted, but sort of 25% this week. SG Tech, we gotta grind, man. Let's go. I mean, I do have, like, the windows are open, so it does kind of, it almost feels like I'm outside. It's nice. Usually I just like watch over the agent. It's good to watch over it sometimes to make sure it's not like hallucinating or just doing something you don't want it to do. It's usually a good call. So I just am watching it. All right, so implemented API key strategy, passport hover. When a user creates an API key, what information is in the API key? And how fast is the lookup going to be when the API key is processed? For example, help me understand the flow there. I mean, hold on here. So I believe that if we go to Drizzle and we go to the schema and we just go to API keys, so the owner relationship, the key hash. Okay. Like, how does our API handle the API keys, and how does it pull in the data of the user that the API key is associated with? I have tried Droid. I'm not a massive fan, no. Your output should be very simple and concise. Extremely fast. Okay. Okay. Okay, review the existing implementation. Is it good to go? Remember that the MCP doesn't have a direct connection with the database. It just needs to connect to the API. Think deeply about this and reconstruct your response. Okay, I now need you to proceed and follow the implementation plan and fully implement the password reset logic. Yeah, so the AI usage is $600 a month, but honestly that's going down because I'm not going to renew my ChatGPT Pro, and I'm probably going to decrease my cursor from Cursor Ultra to like probably the cursor just one rung below that. There we go. Okay, great work. I now need you to output these in a list with placeholders for me to copy and paste into my EMV. Juan, yes. Yeah. Okay. I do want there to be a set BridgeMind API key. I need you to create an MCP page on the front end site. Super combo, it's going pretty good. Making progress. This is day one of this project, so it's a little bit like bare bones. So there's a lot that we're doing. Just get the prototype scaffolding set up. All right, so PostHog has a really good example for this. So I'm gonna go to PostHog real quick, and then let's go here. For example, they show you how to connect to Claude Code, Cursor, etc. I want to do the same thing for the BridgeMind MCP. Create a page on the front end site so that users can know how to set up the BridgeMind MCP. Okay. Right now we're working on a new project. So current revenue is coming from View Creator. You can check it out at viewcreator.ai. The site gets 3,000 hits a week. Like the other day, 5 subscriptions came in just from me doing nothing. So it's good. You know, it's generating revenue. It's basically a virality engine for BridgeMind. But right now we are doing the BridgeMind Vibeathon. And during the course of this Vibathon, I am going to be working on a vibe coding tool. So if you go to bridgemind.ai, this is another project that we have. It gets 3,200 website visits per week, and we are building a vibe coding tool, so you can check it out at bridgemind.ai. But right now, all of this is not yet architected. We have to build this. But just as a reminder, you know, we do have the BridgeMind Vibeathon. There's a $1,000 grand prize. The winner will be invited to the BridgeMind live stream to demo their project, discuss the future of agentic development, and share their story. The task is to create an open source tool that solves a real problem for vibe coders, MCP servers, CLI tools, extensions, anything that makes builders more powerful. So that's what the Vibathon is. Thank you, Neek. I'm basically doing a lot of the marketing is just coming from building in public. So, I mean, yeah, I don't do any marketing other than just the content creation and whatnot. Oh shoot, my this is like all crumpled up. Also, guys, we're only 15 likes away, and then we're going to go outside, and we're going to be able to pump up the cold plunge. If 500 likes, we're just going to do that because, I mean, yeah, I'm going to be live streaming for like 12 hours today, so, you know, got to do a couple things while on stream, so. All right, MCP page. All right, BridgeMind MCP server. The styling of the page is not on theme. Look at the other pages on the website and then update the MCP to follow the practices like having the breadcrumbs, the theme, the styling, the spacing. Make sure that you use the design skill for the theme to build and construct the UI for this page. Try again. All right, guys, we're only 10 likes away from 500 likes, so we're gonna set up the cold plunge. I'm gonna have to, I have to fill it up with a bunch of water, so I don't even know how that's gonna work. We'll think through how we're gonna do that, but I don't know how we're gonna do it. All right, so apparently this is now working. Let's test it. So let's go to localhost. I do need, is there a sign out? I need you to get the sign out working correctly. Find a hose. I don't think there is one here, unfortunately. Yep, we're doing the Vibathon. Yep. Well, we gotta set up the cold plunge first. Oh my gosh, compacting conversation, you're killing me. You're killing me, Claude. Need to make it a little bit better, but not really. Not a ton of tokens, honestly. All right, Max said, what coding languages do you know? TypeScript is definitely my main. I use a lot of TypeScript. But, you know, things are different now where you can pretty much program in any language. It's not necessarily like, hey, what languages do you know? There are, like, certain frameworks where I'm just more familiar with TypeScript in general, so I like to use TypeScript. But there's, like, now, especially with agentic development, I mean, if I wanted to, I could go build a Python project, and I have done that. You know, with our AI clipping agent, I was able to set up a fast API and use it via you know, Python, writing Python. But I was easily able to transition all the workflows that I know from, you know, let's say just vibe coding. You don't necessarily like have to understand a coding language. You just need to understand the vibe coding workflows, and then you can pretty much take that skill and you can take it across any language or framework. Okay. All right. This is coming together. Test project. Nice. Perfect. All right, we are past 500 likes, guys, so we are going to pump up the cold plunge here. Let's move things around a little bit. Let's go over here. Guys. All right, let's get the we're gonna get the cold plunge set up. Is what we're doing. So cold plunge setup. Grab the cam note. Alright, so we're gonna go outside, guys. Again. Alright, so let's grab this. Okay, so cold plunge. So the cold plunge is over here. So the problem is, I mean, there isn't like a hose or anything, so I'm gonna have to just like pump it up. So I'm gonna pump it up first, and we'll just kind of go from there. I'm pretty sure this is an outlet. Let me double check. This is an outlet here, so I'm gonna have to fill it up like one bucket at a time. I don't. So let's just here. Let me put this here. And we'll just kind of get this set up. Hold on here. All right, bear shot. All right, I think that you guys can see this. Is this? Sorry, guys. right, I think you guys can do this. Okay, cold plunge setup. Okay. A little bit more. Oops. Hold on here. Okay. I mean, yeah, I have no idea how I'm gonna actually get the water in this. Oh my gosh. Alright, that may be a task for another time. I don't know. What do you guys think? We got it set up. It's just that I don't know how many gallons this is. I know it's a lot. Yeah, I'm not sure. We may need to rethink our approach. But here's the view. Not bad. It's cool. All right, we may need to. I may need another day to think through what I'm gonna do there for the cold plunge. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I pumped it up. I don't know how I'm actually gonna get the water in it though. I need to think through that. It may take me another day or something. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're gonna do there. All right, let's see if this is working now. Sign out. All right, cool. The issue that I have is as soon as I click sign out, I immediately get redirected here. Fix this. Change it so that, oh, I know how to change this. Hold on. Just change the environment variable here. So the issue now is that that is not actually signing me out. That is not actually signing me out, though. I get redirected back to the login page, and then I get redirected back to web app because I'm still authenticated. Figure out why this is happening. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do with the cold plunge. We'll think about it. I need to look at it off stream probably and think through if I'm gonna be able to even fill that up. Because it's like, I don't know how. Let me check how many gallons of water it is. How many gallons of water is an Orca cold plunge? I mean, it's got to be like, yeah, 100 gallons of water. Yeah, so you're talking about 100 gallons of water. So I don't know. All good, Fatal Destiny. Balcony stress test. Yeah, I get the Tom Holland thing a lot. Well, I have a 5-gallon bucket, so I could fill it up. Carlos, that's hilarious. I mean, I could. Yeah. All right. All right, let's launch a fresh. Hold on here. All right, let's go here. All right, BridgeMind MCP, BridgeMind API. How does the MCP interact with the API? Note that the MCP is going to be in AWS ECS and will make HTTP requests to the API. Users will create API keys in the BridgeMind web app. You can already see that functionality is hooked up and is working. It's just that users will create these API keys to set in the MCP configuration so that the MCP can make authenticated requests. Alright, I wonder if we can we get to the ocean? I mean, what is it? It's 2 p.m. I'm pretty sure Ninja, like VOD Ninja OBS. Alright, this here, I'm pretty sure I can use this and I can stream, like from my phone, I could stream to OBS from my phone if that makes sense. So I think we could get down to the ocean if I set this up, because what I can do is I can configure it with my phone and then we can go down. The problem is that there is a risk that like the stream would get disconnected or crash because I haven't tested it before. So it's just up to you guys. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll try that off stream and test it or something. I don't know. Try it. Use the service within your MCP to fetch data from the API. Well, I already have a project that does this. Hold on here. I'm gonna pull the View Creator project up real quick because we did successfully do it in View Creator. So maybe we could just CD over into View Creator and see if we could reverse engineer what we did the other day. I mean, that's why we did it in the first place, is for this purpose. So let's pull this up here. All right, so I just CD'd into View Creator, And if you guys remember, we did set up a view creator MCP. Up here, let's go. So let's drop the view creator MCP in. I need you to write a detailed description of how this MCP works, how it's making requests to the view creator API, how it's constructed, and the architecture of the project. And I need you to write a complete README documenting all of this, as this is a great example that I will use to build another MCP, and I want to be able to reverse engineer the view creator MCP and how it was set up, but for another MCP. But I want you to create detailed documentation in a README of how this is constructed, and particularly put emphasis on how it's making requests to the API. Fill the cold plunge. All right. Yeah. I mean, can I create a new scene on stream? Okay, hold on here. Hold on. We're gonna try this out. We're gonna try it out. Yeah, I got the cool plunge. This is another MCP server that I created called the View Creator MCP. I want you to review this because this MCP was set up well because it was able to make requests to the View Creator API respectively. What did this MCP server do that ours currently is not doing? I want to get to the point where I can actually run all of this locally and test it locally. We don't yet have to worry about deploying this to production, but I should be able to test this MCP server locally on my computer, and we need to get to that point. So for example, I need to be able to create an API key, and I need to be able to set that in when I configure the MCP server. But the biggest thing is I need this MCP server to be able to make requests to my API. How do we need to update our MCP server accordingly so that we can get this working? Oh shoot, I just realized the face cam was gone. Thank you, Imperium. I just realized it was just this, right? Yeah. Alright, cool. Yeah, so we did get the MCP for View Creator working. If you guys remember when we were working on that last week, the reason that we were building that and working on it is because I knew that we were going to be working on this week. So we're pretty much now reverse engineering the work that we did on whatever day that was, maybe 112 or something? I don't know what day it was, but we were working on that. And you can see now it's installing Axios, because what's going to happen is this MCP is... it's basically, it gives the ability for agents to interact with an external system. So you're giving an agent tools to be able to interact with your system, right? So what MCP is going to allow is it's going to allow us to be able to enable Claude Code, Cursor, Open Code, any of these different vibe coding tools to be able to interact with the BridgeMind system. So that's why we're creating this MCP, and you guys will be able to see this evolve as we work on it. But that's what we're doing right now. So you can see it setting up Axios, which is perfect. We're in Florida right now. One thing that I will say is we're going to get our feet under us with this. Right now, I definitely do not have my feet under me in terms of, like, this project. We need to get the scaffolding built, and right now we don't have the scaffolding built, right? So that's, like, the biggest thing. All right. Okay, I want to set up a new like goal. Right now, we're at 526 likes. I do want to see, could we actually get out to the ocean? I mean, that would be awesome. I would like to figure out how we could do that. Let me see here. So this VOD Ninja, or whatever it's called, VDO Ninja. So let me see if I can get this working. VDO Ninja. Add your camera to OBS. Video source. So you can use back camera. Okay. Okay, so I think that I can... Hold on, let me see if I can stream this. And I just want to make sure that's even possible in the first place. And if this works, then we can actually get down to the ocean. I just haven't tested it yet. Okay, hold on here. Alright, this has the potential to crash the stream, guys, so let's just hope that it doesn't crash it. Browser. I'm pretty confident that you can create a secure application using vibe coding. Alright, let's see here, guys. If we do get this to work, we'll test it. I definitely want to test it before we do anything, but let's see here. Is this gonna work? Does this work? Oh, shoot.
Oh, shoot. Okay, does this... Is there an echo, or this is just a test? So for example, I can hear myself. Let me know, chat. Can you guys, so I'll go over here. There may be issues with the audio, but like, can you guys, because this is now configured with my phone, so I'm pretty sure I can just set this up and then we could potentially go down to the beach and it would be okay. I just don't know if there's like an echo or anything, if that makes sense. Let me know in the chat, because then I can take my phone and we can go. Disconnect phone from Wi-Fi to be sure. Okay. Let's see. Wi-Fi, but that's okay. Okay, there we go. We're back. Okay, so this is now using LTE. So, I mean, there's a risk that we lose it. But the thing is, I have OBS on my computer, and then this is streaming. So even if this gets disconnected, even though I'd be gone, so we'll see. I think this will work, though. I think this will work, guys. Yeah, let me know. Let me know if this is good, because then I can, like, for example, I can take this and I can stream it this way. So just let me know if this is good. And then I think, like, maybe at, like, I don't know, 600 or 700 likes, we can actually go down to the beach. And I can take the phone with me. So I think this should work. Let me know. Just let me know, guys. Let me know what you think in chat. And then if it's good, then we can go. Let me know.
All right, guys, how was that? Was that good? Let me know, because then at 700 likes, we can go to the beach. All right, 700 likes equals beach, guys. What do you think about that? All right, just turn off the music when I go. Okay. All right. All right, 700 likes. We are going to go to the beach. There's stairs. All right, there we go. All right, guys, 700 likes. We're going to the beach. Let's go. All right. Okay, so MCP architecture. The server will now authenticate its request to your local API key using the key provided. Okay. Well, the issue that I have with that is users create an API key, and that API key is associated with their account. So that's how we make authenticated requests, because everything that's coming through the MCP will be associated with that user's account. So setting a singular API key in the EMV is probably not going to work, if that makes sense. I'm gonna set the FBI cam back up. We do need to figure out this MCP server. I think we'll be able to get it figured out before we go to the beach, so it'll be perfect. How's this? Perfect. is our MCP server ready to test? For example, we should have just a singular tool that is associated with the user being able to list their projects in their BridgeMind account. Yeah, I mean, we literally are going to be streaming for 12 hours, so you guys are going to get to see the sunset, you guys are going to get to see the night grind, and really the plan is that, I mean, we're in Florida, we're grinding, it's the BridgeMind Vibeathon, we've got plenty of work to do, and right now it's just kind of interesting because you guys are getting to see me kind of work on the initial prototype and scaffolding for a new project, so we're very early on. Okay. Would you create an env example file in the MCP repo? This will allow me to know what needs to go in the env. I'll see you, Fatal Destiny. Good to see you, man. All right, cool. All right, so here is our env example. So the API key. Why is there still a BridgeMind API key there? I thought we were using the API key that was created by the user. Alright, if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. It's going to be pretty cool to see this come together. Right now, very, very early on for this project. I think that by the end of the day, you know, back to our goals, I mean, we already got AWS Cognito hooked up. We're getting our architecture structured, and we're building out the MCP. I think that before we go to the beach, I'm hoping that we have the initial connection, because if you look at the BridgeMind MCP, the only tool that we have for now is just project tools, and this is going to be able to list out, you know, the projects. So that's going to be a really nice thing once we get that set up and structured. So, all right, fall back. Okay, so fall back. Oh, gotcha. Okay. The only tool in the BridgeMind MCP right now should be a tool to list the projects. I want you to actually look at the BridgeMind API and make sure that this tool properly connects to that endpoint. I'm about to test this MCP, so I need you to make sure that this is enabled and configured correctly. Iron Man said, can you give me some motivating advice to help me lock in? Like you, I want to start posting content, but hesitant because I know people are going to start judging. I mean, yeah, here's the thing. You know, hate is something that comes with the territory. And people judging, hating, whatever it is. I think that like the most important thing is just that you do something that feels right for you, and don't let the thoughts or opinions of other people hold you back. You know, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? Somebody's going to call you like stupid. I mean, I get it all the time, and I'm like, people don't really know me. So, I mean, I would just say that, hey, you can look at the position that this has put me in, just in terms of like BridgeMind and everything. And yeah, I mean, if I didn't start streaming, if I didn't start sharing this mission and sharing this journey, the company would not be in the same position, because, you know, I think that when you start to have that community and you start to build that audience or community, you know, it does put you in somewhat of a different position. So building in public, I would highly recommend it. Now, I think that you do need to have staying power. You have to be able to have endurance. You have to be able to have that internal driving factor for sure. But just in terms of like motivation, you know, I think that, you know, like people expect that like motivation is just gonna like come, if that makes sense. Like people think that, you know, they're just gonna wake up one day and be motivated, right? And the thing is that motivation, in my opinion, comes from like progress. So for example, like a lot of the motivation that I have is that, hey, I now have something that I can something to show for everything that I've done, right? I can say, okay, this is the result. This is what I've been able to accomplish based off all this work. And I think that motivation does come from that in a large sense, right? Is that, you know, hey, once you start to see that progress, once you start to see those that pay off a little bit, it is very motivating. And it's very helpful to see that. So in terms of like just getting started, don't worry about what other people think, you know, just get started. I think that fix these errors. Haters do fuel the algorithm. That is true. You know, and it's interesting because from my perspective, it's like, I think that even like, there's hate on one spectrum, and then the other side of the spectrum is overwhelming positivity. And I think that as long as your guiding compass is not what other people say about you, but more so like what your vision is and who you are and what you think, right? You know, it's a two-sided spectrum. When you're doing something like this, there's people that love you, there's people that hate you, and I think that both are inherently like, you kind of want to watch out for both, because you don't want to get overinflated by people that love you and get like an ego, or be fueled by all that love, because if you get fueled by all the love, then you're gonna really get, you know, taken back when people hate you, right? So yeah. Yeah, I mean, what's nice is that you know, doing this is a business expense. So for the people that asking in chat about the setup and everything, is that you know, I have invested money into the company, and we do have a cash runway, and we're able to invest money, and we're able to do events like this, and this is just a great opportunity for us to be able to grow the community, to do something fun together, and to be able to share the journey along the way. And really what it comes down to is it's like, hey, this is an opportunity for us to be able to celebrate as a community. We've made it really far, 114 days of vibe coding straight, and now we get to do stuff like this, so it's pretty cool. So I appreciate you guys. Anas said that he is fighting for himself. He's not going to give up, and he's going to keep fighting and taking action. Let's go, man. Yash, I think that like CS knowledge is important, but learning along the way can sometimes even be better than that. You know, I've worked with people that, you know, had CS degrees and stuff, and I mean, CS degree is helpful, but at the end of the day, if you have a choice as a business owner to choose from, you know, somebody that has a degree versus somebody that has a bunch of applicatory like project experience, you would probably be wanting to go with the person that has more project experience. Max said he's been trying to deploy his Lava Link server for 4 hours. Let's go, man. Let's go. But yeah, just as a reminder, we did figure out that I can, and it is a little bit risky, but I can, there's something called like Video Ninja, and I can stream from my phone, you know, to to the OBS. So what we're gonna do is once we get to 750 likes, or what is it, 700 likes, we're gonna go to the beach. So if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. This is just something that we can do. Take a little bit of a break. We're 5 hours into the stream. We're gonna be going for 12 hours today, so just getting started. We've made a lot of progress. We've got Cognito set up, but still quite a ways to go. I'm hoping that we can get the MCP. Okay, that errors are fixed there. I'm wanting to get the MCP server configured. So the first thing is let's actually go over here, and it looks like it is ready to start. So let's CD into the BridgeMind MCP, and let's just run npm run start here, and let's see if it even starts up. Okay, it is running. So the MCP server is running. Okay, it looks like the MCP server is running. How would I connect this MCP server to Cursor? Would you give me the JSON to input into Cursor to connect with this? Remember that I'm testing this locally. Yeah, this is the biggest vibe coding community on YouTube. What do you think would be a good first app to build that could make at least $1,000 per month? I mean, I think that's like a broad question. Why is it SSE? I don't know. SSE. Why is the endpoint SSE? I want it to be not that. We'll just use whatever it says. It's fine. Okay, so here's the JSON to add into Cursor. So let me add this, and then hold on here. That doesn't quite look right because remember that we're creating the API keys as well, and the API key needs to be set in the request, doesn't it? Yeah, so back to your question, so random profile, you know, I think that, like, hey, whenever you're doing something, I mean, I've had friends of mine that I remember, like, early on in college, a buddy of mine, I remember he was just telling me, like, he had, like, a copywriting business that he wanted to start, and he was like, if I could just make, you know, 10K a month, then I'd be set. And I'm like, dude, 10K a month is actually, like, pretty hard, you know? And I think that sometimes people on social media can make it sound, like, really easy because they're like, look at all my success, look at all this, and they kind of, like, inflate themselves up a little bit. And that's what I'm trying to do with this journey, is just to be as genuine and authentic as I can about the fact that, hey, this is hard to do, and you guys are getting to see the work that goes into it. Now, okay, here it is. Perfect. Okay, so that looks correct. So, you know, I think, like, when you ask, hey, how do I do something that makes $1,000 a month? You know, I think the right question would be to ask less about, like, if you go into it just thinking about, like, money related stuff, I think that ultimately if it ends up being harder than you anticipated, you have a higher likelihood of just kind of like giving up, if that makes sense. So what I would say to that is I would just say, hey, like, what is something that you would be interested in building, that you are passionate about, that you would want to try, right? And if you think about it less from the approach of, like, money and more think, so, like, what do I think is a good idea, right? And what do I believe in? Because if you do have a vision, if you have something that you want to do, I think it does make it a little bit easier for you to, you know, get through those ups and downs, because you'll have a vision, a passion, whatever you want to call it, and it will help you for sure. So just something to note, in my opinion. Fix this. There is an error with the BridgeMind MCP. Review this file and identify what's wrong with the syntax and fix it. I just think a lot of, if you have passion for something, it'll carry you. The data Sherpa said, I think if you go into it wondering how I'm going to make money per month, that is going to make it exponentially harder. Rather, go into seeing if you can fix a problem and then turn that problem fix into a revenue stream. Yeah, that's well said. All right, so I do have this set. So now I want to see, can I get this API key set up? So I do have it configured with Cursor. Now the question is if I go over to, let's actually go to BridgeMind now, and let's go to login, and let's go to API keys, and let's create a new API key, MCP. So I'm gonna grab this key here, and now I'm gonna set this key in my cursor file. All right, that's now set. So now the big question is, can we get this working? Oh, wow. All right. All right, guys, it looks like it is working. All right, let's see. All right, so check this out, guys. So if you look at this, you can see BridgeMind one tool enabled, so that's actually huge. You know, one tool enabled. So the question is can we actually get this to list out our projects? Use the BridgeMind MCP and tell me what projects are in my BridgeMind account. The likelihood that this actually works is low. Use the BridgeMind MCP and tell me what projects are in my BridgeMind account. Wow, it's calling a tool. I don't think this is gonna work, but we'll see. Oh my gosh. I don't think it's gonna work. I spent $600 a month on AI tools. All right, yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Did it work? Socket hang-up error. Oh, I don't even think that there is a... Hold on, we'll work with Gemini here to fix this, but... Yeah, View Creator is the biggest driving source of revenue right now. I think you'd be surprised. I'm Days. I definitely think that it is possible. I think that we'll be able to do it. Guys, I can't wait to go to the beach. Everybody make sure that you like and subscribe. Let's go. We're gonna get there. I can't wait. I'm gonna like just look out the window. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, let's go, guys. Well, the thing is, there's not even a status. Look at the MCP tool related to list projects. I don't think that this is set up correctly. Look at the API. No. For example, there is no status. I don't know what was wrong with that MCP run. Would you debug this and pinpoint why the MCP tool call is failing? All right, send this off. Okay, so it's failing. So what I do like to see is I do like that, you know, one tool is enabled, right? That's big, because what that means is it's able to recognize our MCP server, it's able to pick up on that tool, and now the only question is how do we actually make it so that that tool can be used and connects to the API? And I think we're almost there. So let's let this work. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I am gonna go use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, so what's going on here? We fix this? What did it say was wrong? I modified BridgeMind MCP rules. Use the correct MCP project's endpoint. Remove the status parameter. Yes. Okay. This could work, but it's not. Thanks, Linux. I mean, I know we can get this working. All right, looping detected. Okay, hold on here. I want you to try to use the BridgeMind MCP. Right now it is not working. Look at our MCP.json configuration. I have set a BridgeMind API key respectively. I want you to review this and identify exactly why the BridgeMind MCP is not working when I'm trying to list projects. All right, and I'm gonna drop this in. This may be sensitive, so I'm not gonna show it. Yeah, I use Cursor for Gemini, so I think Gemini 3 Pro is a pretty good model. All right. Okay. Very, very simple, and I think that that's how we're gonna want to keep it. You know, I think that if there's anything I've learned is that, hey, when you are like building initially, you like, for example, let's just take View Creator, right? View Creator is a great application. One problem with it is that we could have saved ourselves a lot if we had gone into it with just one particular thing that we wanted to build, right? Like with View Creator, I think that what we wanted to do is we wanted to create a whole suite of creator tools where you could be able to automate content creation, social media marketing with AI, and View Creator is great for that. I mean, it's like it's been posting all day for me, right? So, I mean, it is great. Just, you know, when we're approaching this application, I think that, hey, when you want to create a vibe coding tool, when you want to create something that people are going to be able to use, create one particular thing that when people ask, what is this and how do you use it, you can show it within 2 minutes, right? And that's one thing that I have learned. Oh, Maxologies, that's actually really helpful. He said I set up an MCP server and use the output to debug. If you select the output tab and then filter MCP, you can see exactly what's going wrong. The Data Serper said that he subbed to View Creator. I love it. I need to have a direction to keep the sub, but I'm working on that. Let's go, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, let me know if you need any help, you know. It is nice. It's very encouraging to see the subs come through. You know, I use it. I think that there is a little bit of a learning curve to it if you're new to using it and you may not know how to use it, but you know, that's something that we'll get better at with time. And that kind of does go back to my point with just creating something that's very simple to understand and use. Okay, wait, there may be an issue with the... No. No, I have not reached 10,000 in expenses, no. Nowhere close. Yeah. Yeah, my last startup had a lot of expenses. This one is very, very slim, which is nice. Okay. Okay. All right, so you guys see these logs here? So these are the logs for the MCP server. So you can see MCP server created successfully, session created, and it drops the session ID. Fetching projects for users. I don't know why it keeps saying status active, because I don't even think that there is no statuses, so that shouldn't be needed. Looks like it did find what could be wrong here. We'll see. Let's go, Linux. I appreciate you, man. Okay. All right. We'll see if this works. The BridgeMind MCP is now fully functional. Oh, shoot, it did work. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so it did just have to update the API key strategy file. But now it looks like, so the BridgeMind MCP is working now. So let's say, like, let's just go here and we'll start a new agent. And what I want to do is I want to go over to the BridgeMind web app, okay? We'll refresh this and we'll just do BridgeMind, create project. And then we'll also do view creator, create project. And remember, we're just starting very, very simply, but now use the BridgeMind MCP and list my projects that I'm working on. I wonder how fast this is. Let's see. Nice. Yeah, so it's got it. So here are the projects you're currently working on: View Creator, BridgeMind, and Test. So that's a huge breakthrough, guys, because we now have it configured in Cursor. So that's huge. That's huge. Wow. Okay. So we do have it working. Very, very simple to start. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. Also, guys, we're under 100 likes away from going to check out the beach. So if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's go. Okay, so list projects is now the only, I mean, it's the only thing that we have in here because we just wanted to get that set up. So now the MCP is working. Now, it probably is time to deploy this to GitHub, all these changes. So I do want to push this. So give me 1 second here. Let's CD into here. This repo has not yet been pushed to GitHub. I want you to initialize it as a private repo and deploy it to GitHub with an initial commit message. All right. That's big. Okay. So that has been initialized. So let me go to GitHub, just make sure that's all transferred over. Okay, I am transferring these repos over to the BridgeMind organization, so give me 1 second here. I'm in GitHub. But this does work now, so this is big. Meek, what's up? Congrats, AB. Let's go. All right, so this is now all deployed, at least to my organization. And now it's time for a little bit of the build out, right? I mean, what is this? Yeah, read this. Doing good, Meek. Okay. Review this and tell me how the MCP interacts with the API. Be short and concise, just 3 sentences and a diagram. Yeah, I think there's some construction on like the railings next door, so. Okay, all right, let's read this. All right, the MCP server interacts with the API through authenticated HTTP requests using a dedicated API client. So the request initialization, the MCP tools use a shared API client to send HTTP requests with a bearer token to specific API endpoints, for example, MCP projects. So security and routing, the Nest.js API receives these requests at controllers like MCP Project Secure Controller, where API key guard validates the token and ensures it has the required MCP tools scope. Execution, once authenticated, the controller delegates the business logic to services like project's service to retrieve or modify data and return the result to the MCP. And then here's the diagram so that you guys can understand it. All right, I think that's somebody just bought a bunch of likes. I don't know. You just got botted. All right, so we have the API, the app, the MCP, the UI, and then the web app. So the biggest things that we're gonna have to focus on for the rest of today is this MCP. We have it working now where we do have a singular tool that's able to call a singular API endpoint that's very, very simple. But I think that what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to make this so that, you know, I think about it like this. This MCP is gonna be incredibly powerful, and we're going to have to build out the database architecture for what this is going to look like, because what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to set up a project, and then I want to be able to have tasks that Claude or Cursor or any of these agents are able to, like, let's say that I initialize an agent, right? It's going to be able to take in the task at hand and break it down into subtasks that are independent of each other, that have the knowledge and the information that is needed to do that particular task. And like, let's say then I'll be able to launch, you know, 20 agents at once or 20 instances at once to just say, hey, go to this project and review the tasks and complete all the tasks that need to be, like, that are set to be scheduled tasks, if that makes sense. Yeah, there's a bit of a glare, yeah. Yeah, they do have blinds. Okay. Do you guys want to go to the beach? We are at 700 likes, so let me know in the chat what you guys want to do. I'm down to take a break. It is, what is it, 2 p.m. here, 2:40? So I haven't been outside today, so if you guys want to go outside, I think we can go. Let me know. All right. I think we should go. Yeah, let's go to the beach, and yeah, let's get to the beach. So one thing that I'm just gonna say, a disclaimer: we could lose connection. I've never done this before. I'm using Video Ninja, which is like, I don't know how it's gonna function, but I think that we'll be able to do this. So the only thing is that we may lose connection, and I may not be able. I won't even know if we lose connection, if that makes sense. Like, I could go down to the beach, and my connection down there might not be good. and I could lose connection, and in that case, I won't even know it, but we'll see. I think we should do it. But just a disclaimer. Yeah. All right, let's go, guys. So I'm going to add in, I think I can go to this here. Okay. Let me see. So I believe that we can just set this up. And then I can do browser. And then I can do this. All right, you guys can definitely not hear me, so I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Okay, I think that works. All right. Does that work? Okay, can you guys hear me now? Okay. Okay, I think that works, so. All right, guys. All right, guys. Okay. All right. Okay, so you guys are gonna have to bear with me. I think that we're good. We may lose connection. I don't know. This is gonna be a first, but you guys are gonna come with me here. Let's see here. Where should this even go? Okay. All right, let's go. Okay, so we're gonna go down to the beach in this outfit. So we'll just, you guys are gonna have to bear with me here. Actually, you know what? We are gonna wear the Crocs. Or I could change into some shorts, but you know what? We won't do it yet. We'll do that the next time, but okay. All right. I'm gonna cover the screen for a bit. Okay. Okay.
All right, chat, here we are. I have not explored at all. So this is the first that you're seeing it. All right. I think it's this way to the beach. Maybe not. It's like some construction or something going on. I don't know. All right, I think I can get through here. All right, we did it, guys. Let's go. Oh, wow. Look at that. All right, here it is. Wow. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm just kind of taking it in. Taking it in. All right, Chad. I've just been taking it in. Oh my gosh. Look, I'll bring back a seashell or something. I don't know. Shells. I'm assuming that when we meet, we might as well. I mean, it would be bad if we went to the beach and we didn't actually even touch the water, right? So let's at least go in. All right, let's go in. We're going in, chat. It's kind of cold, to be honest. Woo! Yeah, I will tell you right now that it is not warm. It is cold. All right, I'm about to lose my shoes. Not careful. All right, we went in. Mission complete. All right. I'll probably come back down here later tonight when I'm done working and just kind of take it all in. Whenever I'm at the beach, I like to just take it in. You know, it's cool. All right. Oh, look, a lizard. There's lizards here. All right. Hold on. It's cool. All right, we made it back. We're back. My feet are all sandy. It's all right though. Whew. All right, this is a mess. It's all right. Okay, we're back. We made it.
All right, what'd you guys think of that? Cool? Not cool? Could you see it? Yeah. I wanna rewatch this, make sure that you guys can even see that. We were just chilling. 5-star quest. Dang. All right, we're back. Let's get back to grinding. Should have built a sandcastle. All right, people said that the connection was good. All right, cool. That means we can do that again at some point. Let's get the music back on, though, and get back to grinding. Let's see here. All right. All right, we are back. I'm 23. Yeah, all right, I'm watching it back now. I can see you guys saw it. 1,000 likes equals go swimming. That might be a tomorrow type mission. We'll see. It is freezing, so we don't have the the cold plunges might have to be in the ocean, guys, because I'll be honest, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get oh my gosh, I'm already spamming 1,000 likes to go swimming. All right, it's currently 3 p.m. and we have 6 hours left. Okay, so just as a summary of what we've gotten done so far today, there's a little bit of a glare, sorry. So we have been able to get our MCP connected, and I think that the biggest thing that we need to do now is we need to start actually implementing what's needed for the functionality of it, and we're going to talk about that. Because I think what this needs to look like is, hey, for these projects, we want to have almost like a Kanban board where the MCP is able to interact with it and create subtasks that need to be completed. All right, music is slightly too loud. All right, I'll fix it. But yeah, I think that yeah, and here's one thing about this stream is because we're gonna be going for 12 hours, I do need to get like food and stuff. So I think what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to create I have to grab some food, and then we do have 6 hours left. So I'm just gonna put the cam here, and we're basically gonna take a brief intermission, and then we're gonna get back to grinding because we're only halfway through the stream. So I'm gonna grab some food, and I think the back half of the stream we're gonna change up the vibe a little bit, and we're gonna be like grinding super hard. Okay, so like this initial part of the stream has just been us dipping our toes in the water, just like we did out there. You know, but now we actually need to lock in, and we need to get the vibe goggles on, and we need to make some progress. So I'm gonna leave the music on for you guys, but we're just gonna do a brief intermission, and then I'll be back maybe like, I don't know, I'll be right back 10 to 15 minutes. So I'm gonna put this here. I'll leave the music on. All right, chat. Welcome back. right, guys. We're gonna try something new. So I'm just gonna really lock in. No face cam. I'm just gonna really lock in because there's a lot that I need to do, and we've got 6.5 hours left on the stream. So I'm gonna try something new, and we're just gonna lock in, and I'm just gonna do voiceover commentary and basically share what I'm doing and do my best to explain everything that I'm doing while I'm doing it. And I'm not gonna take a bunch of questions from chat, but I'm just gonna focus in, no face cam, and just like really lock in, and then just explain to you guys what I'm doing. And hopefully it's helpful for you guys. So the first thing I need to do is definitely need to clean up this workspace. This is just way too messy. So these warp windows are good, but hold on. I need to turn down the music a little bit. Sorry about that. All right, there we go. So, or you know what? Let's just even like pause the music, honestly. I just want to, yeah, let's just do this. Yeah. All right, so the first thing that I need to do is I just need to clean up my workspace. So I'm going to close out everything here. And what we were working on earlier is we were working on getting API keys set up and AWS Cognito set up so that we could actually sign up and sign in. And we did get a lot done. So now we just need to go back through and solve anything that wasn't configured correctly. So that was the this is the MCP server running right here. So we did get an MCP server running, and I'm able to call tools. So I'll show you guys this. So if I go to npm, cdn2. All right. Warp even like gives you commands here in the command line. I don't know if you guys are noticing that, but it'll auto tab while you're putting it in the terminal. So that's something that Warp has that I really like. Cursor doesn't have that in that way where it shows the review. It's nice. Okay. All right, I do not know what's happening here. This project, this repo is having a hard time loading. That's all right. All right. So we did get the MCP running. It's right here, so you can see it listening. And now, for example, I can go over to cursor, and I can say, use the BridgeMind MCP and list out my projects. So, you know, an MCP is the ability to connect an agent to an external system. So what we're doing here is, what you're going to see is it's able to actually connect to my BridgeMind account from the MCP. So what I think is possible with this is I think that this will make it so that we can create like subtasks. So I actually have a prompt here. Oh, I think I lost it. No, it's tragic. Okay. So maybe not. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to make it so that, you know, right now we just started off with something so simple. You know, we just started off with, just creating projects and then being able to list out the projects. But what this allows you to do is just having that connection with an agent to the system is actually really useful. And, you know, I think it's something that's maybe a little bit overlooked is MCPs, because I can just work with an MCP and work with an external system. And this could be really, really helpful for being able to split it up into different tasks. So I think that we're going to create a tasks table, and tasks are going to be connected to projects. So for every respective project, you're able to create a task that's connected. And the thing is that we'll be able to work with an agent, and then I'll be able to pass the tasks off into BridgeMind as tasks and have different agents work with the BridgeMind MCP, because what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to initialize a bunch of different agents at once, and then you'll be able to create tasks, and every task should be broken up in, I don't really have a great way to illustrate it, but maybe I could. Let me see here. All right, so let's just say that I want you to view. I need to add in a task management system into the database. This will be a new table that you need to create a Drizzle schema for. I want to have a tool connected with my MCP where I can pass tasks from the AI agent that is working with the MCP to the back end. I don't know what is up. I think maybe my